It begins with a whisper, a murmur carried on the wind through ancient olive groves and rocky cliffs. A tale passed from lips to ears, growing with each telling, winding its way through time like a serpent coiling through the shadows. Greece, land of gods and heroes, of sunlit temples and perilous seas. But beneath its marble myths and golden stories, something darker stirs. Something monstrous. They weren't just stories, not to the people who told them. They were warnings. Whispers of things lurking in the forests, hidden in caves, or waiting beneath the waves. The monsters of ancient Greece were never far from the minds of those who walked its sun-scorched paths. They were everywhere, in the cracks of the mountains, in the depths of the sea, even in the hearts of men. In those days, you didn't have to search long to find fear. It stood at the edge of the village, in the howl of a wolf, or in the unfamiliar shape moving in the shadows just beyond the firelight. People believed the world was filled with forces beyond their understanding, terrifying, untamed, and wild. And so, they gave them names. Cyclopes, Gorgons, Minotaur. Each monster a reflection of what haunted them most. They said the gods created the world, but the monsters? The monsters came from something older. They were born of chaos, raw, primal, untamed chaos. They weren't governed by the rules of Olympus. They didn't care for law, for order, for the delicate dance of mortal life. No, monsters were wild things, unpredictable and unrelenting, bringing destruction in their wake. But they weren't mindless. No, that would be too easy. These creatures were cunning, their stories laced with cruelty and trickery. They challenged the gods themselves, daring to defy Zeus, Poseidon, and even Hades. And while the gods might have wielded thunderbolts and tridents, it was the monsters who carried the weight of ancient, unshakable fears. Fears that still echo in us today. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, the sea crashing below you, endless and unforgiving. You hear a story of Scylla, the monstrous creature waiting beneath the waves, with her 6 snapping heads ready to tear apart any sailor daring to pass. Imagine the terror of knowing that no matter which path you chose, danger awaited. Monsters weren't just about the thrill of the tale. They were about choices. Life and death. Right and wrong. Survival and doom. But not all monsters came from the wilds. Some were born of human mistakes. Hubris, greed, jealousy, and rage, they could twist the most noble figure into something unrecognizable. King Minos's desire for power gave birth to the Minotaur, locked away in a labyrinth. Medusa's tragedy was one of betrayal and punishment, her beauty turned into a curse. These weren't just creatures of legend, they were warnings. What happens when we stray too far from what's right? When we let pride or anger rule us? The monsters were never random. Each had a purpose, a lesson buried in its bones, a caution whispered through its fangs. Yet, the people who spoke of them weren't just afraid, they were fascinated. There was something magnetic about these creatures, something that drew people in despite the terror they caused. Perhaps it's because monsters represent the unknown, the untouchable, the parts of life that refuse to be tamed. You see, the ancient Greeks understood something we often forget. Monsters weren't always the villains. Sometimes, they were the victims. Outcasts. Misunderstood beings cursed by the gods or trapped by their own fates. They weren't purely evil, they were complex, layered, tragic. Take Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of the underworld. A fearsome beast, yes, but also a protector. He wasn't there to terrorize mortals for fun. He had a job, to keep the dead where they belonged. He was loyal to his master, Hades, and unwavering in his duty. Was that monstrous? Or was it simply misunderstood? And Medusa, painted as a monster in countless stories, her gaze turning men to stone. But why? Was it because she was wicked? Or was it because men feared her power, her refusal to be tamed, her ability to defend herself against those who sought to harm her? Her story is more tragic than terrifying, a tale of injustice and transformation. Greek monsters weren't just beasts. They were symbols. Of chaos, yes. but also of the human condition, of power unchecked, of beauty turned deadly, of courage tested in the face of the unknown. They reflected the fears and desires of the people who imagined them, the things they couldn't control and the parts of themselves they wished they could conquer. It wasn't just about fighting a monster, it was about facing your own darkness. The Minotaur waiting in the labyrinth wasn't just a beast to be slain. It was a metaphor for the tangled mess of our own minds. The Hydra, with its heads that regrow faster than they can be cut, symbolized the endless nature of human struggle. Every head you cut off, every problem you solve, only leads to another. And the gods? The gods weren't always the heroes in these stories. They punished, they betrayed, they created the very monsters humans feared. It wasn't a black and white world of good versus evil. It was a world of shades and shadows, of gods who were fallible, of heroes who were flawed, and monsters who were, perhaps, more human than we care to admit. These tales weren't just entertainment. They were a way to explain the world, to give a name to the things people feared most. The unpredictability of nature. The uncontrollable rage within a person's heart. The inevitability of death. By creating monsters, the Greeks found a way to confront their fears head-on. To make the unknown known. To give shape to chaos. But there's something more. Something that keeps these stories alive, even now, thousands of years later. Because monsters aren't just ancient history. They live on, in our stories, yes. But also in us. When you strip away the fangs and the scales, what remains? The monsters in our minds. The fears we carry. The mistakes we've made. The darkness we're afraid to face. But what if, like the heroes of old, we learn to confront them? There's always more to the story than meets the eye. The labyrinth twists and turns, and at its center, something waits. Something ancient. Something timeless. Something that still speaks to us, whispering through the cracks of history. And as long as there are stories to tell, the monsters will never be gone. They'll wait, lurking in the corners of our imaginations, reminding us that the unknown will always call to us. The question is, will we face it? Or will we turn away? Just as the Greeks once stood at the edge of the sea, hearing the roar of a distant beast, knowing that to step forward meant danger, so do we. Because the next story? It's waiting, just beyond the horizon. Listen closely. The monsters are calling. And the labyrinth? It's only the beginning. Before there was light, before there was land or sea, there was chaos. Not a person. Not a creature. Not even a god. Chaos was everything and nothing, a vast, gaping void that swallowed all thought of time, space, and existence. It pulsed with raw energy, wild and uncontrollable, with no beginning or end. It was the silence before the first breath, the pause before the storm. And out of that endless nothingness, something stirred. The ancients said that chaos gave birth to the first forms of existence. From that swirling void emerged Gaia, the earth, solid and unyielding. She stretched her body wide, forming mountains, valleys, and plains. Her breath became the wind, and her tears filled the oceans. Gaia was the mother of all life, a nurturing force, yet one capable of immense wrath when provoked. But Gaia was not alone for long. From her emerged Uranus, the sky, who spread himself above her like a protective dome. He was vast and powerful, and together, they birthed a new world. Yet there was something uneasy about this union. Beneath Gaia's nurturing surface lay a restlessness, and above, Uranus's gaze grew colder, more distant. Their children were unlike anything we know today. The firstborn weren't gods or mortals, but beings of immense power, primordial and terrifying. The Titans. Towering, elemental forces who embodied the raw essence of nature itself. Oceanus, the endless sea. Hyperion, the piercing light. Themis, the voice of justice. Each Titan carried within them a piece of the world's fabric. But it wasn't just Titans that Gaia and Uranus brought into being. No, something darker clawed its way into existence. Something twisted. From Gaia's womb came the Cyclopes, giant, one-eyed beings with the strength to move mountains. Their gaze burned with intensity, but their single eye marked them as outcasts, beings who saw the world through a different lens. They were builders, forgers of mighty weapons, but their appearance frightened even their parents. Then came the Centimanes. If the Cyclopes were unsettling, the Centimanes were downright horrifying. They had 100 hands and 50 heads each. Their sheer form defied reason, an overwhelming mass of limbs and faces that screamed chaos incarnate. They were strength personified, capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. Uranus looked upon his monstrous children with revulsion. He saw their power, their potential to disrupt the fragile balance of the world he had created. And so, he cast them down, imprisoning them deep within Gaia's body, locking them away in the darkest corners of the earth. But you cannot bury chaos forever. Gaia writhed with pain, furious at Uranus for imprisoning her children. Her nurturing love turned to seething rage. She whispered her anger into the ears of her remaining children, urging them to rise up. And one did. Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, stepped forward. He was cunning, calculating, and ruthless. Armed with a sickle forged from Gaia's own bones, Cronus waited for Uranus to descend upon Gaia. And when he did, Cronus struck. The blade sliced through the sky, severing Uranus's power. As his blood fell to the earth, something unthinkable happened. From the drops of Uranus's blood, new life sprang forth. But not life as we understand it. Monsters. The first were the Erinyes, furies born of vengeance. They were relentless, pursuing those who shed family blood, embodying the ancient, primal laws that even gods feared to break. Their hair writhed with serpents, their eyes burned with fury, and their shrieks could drive men to madness. But more emerged from the spilled blood. Giants, towering and fierce, with strength to rival the gods. And from the depths of Gaia's pain, another monstrous being stirred. Typhon. Typhon wasn't born yet, not fully. But deep within Gaia, he coiled, waiting. His time would come, and when it did, the earth would tremble, and the gods themselves would be forced to confront their greatest nightmare. For now, the Titans reigned. Cronus, having overthrown Uranus, claimed dominion over the cosmos. But the cycle of betrayal had only begun. Gaia's monstrous children, Cyclopes, Centimanes, Furies, were still trapped, buried beneath layers of earth. And Cronus? He would prove no better than Uranus. Cronus had heard a prophecy. One of his children would rise against him, just as he had risen against his own father. Fear twisted his heart, and he chose a monstrous solution. When each of his children was born, he swallowed them whole. One by one, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, he consumed his offspring, desperate to prevent his fate. But fate is not so easily avoided. Rhea, Cronus's wife and sister, wept as each of her children was taken from her. She could no longer bear the sight of her monstrous husband devouring their kin. So, when her sixth child was born, she hid him away. Instead of the infant, she handed Cronus a stone wrapped in cloth. He swallowed it without a second thought, believing he had averted his doom. But that child, Zeus, would change everything. He grew in secret, far from Cronus's grasp, nurtured by the goat Amalthea and watched over by nymphs. As he grew, he learned of his siblings' fate. And he vowed to free them. When Zeus came of age, he confronted Cronus with a fury that matched the storm. With the help of Gaia, he tricked Cronus into vomiting up his siblings, one by one. Together, they waged war against the Titans. But it wasn't an easy battle. Titans were ancient, powerful, and unrelenting. Zeus needed more than just his siblings to win. He needed the monsters. He descended into the depths of the earth, where the Cyclopes and Centimanes lay imprisoned. With a roar that shook the mountains, he shattered their chains, freeing the monstrous beings. Grateful for their release, the Cyclopes gifted Zeus his greatest weapon, the thunderbolt. Armed with lightning, Zeus unleashed his fury upon the Titans. The Centimanes, with their 100 hands, hurled massive boulders at their enemies, crushing mountains and reshaping the earth. The war, known as the Titanomachy, raged for 10 years, shaking the very fabric of existence. In the end, Zeus triumphed. The Titans were defeated and cast into Tartarus, the deepest abyss of the underworld. But the monsters? They remained. Some became allies of the gods. Others returned to their dark corners, waiting for their moment. Chaos had given birth to Gaia and Uranus, who in turn gave rise to titans and monsters. But chaos never truly ends. It slumbers, coiling beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And from the depths of Gaia's pain, Typhon still waits. The gods may rule the skies, but there is always something older, something more ancient, lurking beneath the earth, biding its time. Because monsters never truly die. They wait, just out of sight, just beneath the surface, in the cracks of the world, in the darkest corners of our minds. And when they rise, not even the gods will be safe. Thunder cracked across the sky, splitting the heavens with a fury that could only mean one thing: a god was at war with a monster. Somewhere, a hero stood trembling before a creature born of chaos, scales glistening, claws ripping the air, eyes gleaming with ancient hatred. The battle wasn't just a clash of strength. It was something deeper. Something primal. The eternal struggle between gods and monsters wasn't about winning or losing, it was about survival. Control. Order against chaos. Light against shadow. The gods ruled from lofty thrones on Mount Olympus, but they knew their dominion was never absolute. For every temple built in their honor, there was a beast lurking in the wilds, a whisper of something untamed, something that refused to bow to the gods' laws. And the gods? They feared that untamed power, even as they sought to control it. Zeus, the king of gods, was no stranger to monsters. His reign had begun with a monstrous war, the Titanomachy. He had crushed the Titans and cast them into the abyss, but the world didn't suddenly become peaceful. Far from it. Monsters kept rising, clawing their way out of darkness, testing the gods' fragile grip on the world. The Olympians knew one thing for certain: if they wanted to keep their power, they had to keep the monsters in check. But monsters weren't easy to kill. Some couldn't be killed at all. Take Typhon. When Gaia's anger boiled over after the defeat of the Titans, she birthed Typhon, a creature so colossal, so terrifying, that even the gods trembled at the sight of him. He wasn't just a monster, he was the embodiment of chaos itself. Serpents writhed from his body, his wings blotted out the sun, and his voice was a cacophony of shrieks and roars. When Typhon rose, the gods fled. They scattered like leaves in a storm. All but one. Zeus stood his ground. Armed with his thunderbolt, he faced Typhon head-on. The battle raged across the world, mountains crumbled, seas boiled, the sky itself seemed to shatter. Zeus finally hurled Typhon beneath Mount Etna, where the monster remains trapped to this day. But Typhon wasn't dead. He was merely contained. And that's the thing about monsters, you can never truly destroy them. They always find a way to rise again. The gods fought monsters not just to protect humanity, but to protect themselves. Their very existence depended on keeping chaos at bay. Yet, sometimes, even the gods needed help. That's where heroes came in. Hercules, the son of Zeus, was perhaps the greatest monster slayer of them all. His 12 labors weren't just tasks, they were a desperate attempt by the gods to rid the world of creatures they couldn't control. The Nemean lion, with its impenetrable hide. The Hydra, whose heads regrew with every strike. The Stymphalian birds, with razor-sharp feathers. Each monster represented a force of nature that defied the gods' order. But it wasn't just about strength. Hercules' battles were also about endurance. Perseverance. Facing the monstrous again and again, no matter how hopeless it seemed. Yet, even Hercules couldn't escape the truth. Monsters never truly die. The Hydra? He burned its heads, but somewhere in the depths of the swamps, its legend lingered. The Nemean lion? Its pelt may have been worn as a trophy, but the fear it instilled remained. The gods and monsters were locked in a dance, a never-ending cycle. For every victory the gods claimed, another monster would rise. And sometimes, the line between god and monster blurred. Consider Poseidon, god of the sea. His domain was vast and uncontrollable, filled with creatures that even he couldn't tame. The monstrous Scylla and the whirlpool Charybdis were horrors that haunted sailors, creations that Poseidon himself couldn't or wouldn't destroy. Were they his punishments? His mistakes? Or were they a reminder that even gods couldn't conquer the sea's wild power? And what about Hades? He ruled the underworld, a place teeming with shades and beasts. Cerberus, his loyal guardian, stood at the gates to keep the living out and the dead in. But Cerberus wasn't just a guard dog. He was a monster. One with 3 heads, each snarling and snapping with a ferocity that reminded even the gods that the underworld was not a place of peace. Even Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, had her own monstrous connection. The Gorgons. Medusa's story is one of tragedy and transformation. Once a beautiful woman, she was cursed by Athena to become a monster, a being so horrifying that her gaze could turn men to stone. Yet, even in her monstrous form, Medusa wasn't entirely villainous. She was a protector, her image carved into shields and temples to ward off evil. A monster, yes, but also a guardian. The gods didn't always fight monsters with brute force. Sometimes, they wielded mortals as weapons. Perseus, armed with Athena's shield and Hermes' winged sandals, faced Medusa not for his own glory, but to fulfill a divine command. Yet, even after slaying her, Perseus couldn't escape her influence. Her head, severed from her body, remained a powerful weapon, a reminder that monsters never lose their power, even in death. These stories weren't just about gods versus monsters. They were about balance. The gods represented order, civilization, and control. Monsters represented the wild, the untamed, and the unknown. But both were necessary. Without chaos, there can be no need for order. Without fear, there can be no need for courage. And the hero? The hero was the bridge between the two. Heroes like Theseus, who ventured into the labyrinth to face the Minotaur. Not just a beast, but a symbol of human savagery, trapped in a maze of its own making. Theseus didn't just kill a monster, he confronted the darkness lurking at the center of human nature. Or Odysseus, who faced both gods and monsters on his long journey home. The Cyclops Polyphemus, with his single, unblinking eye. The Sirens, whose haunting songs lured sailors to their doom. Odysseus fought not just with weapons, but with wit and cunning, proving that monsters aren't always conquered by force. Sometimes, you outthink them. Sometimes, you survive by knowing when to run. But no matter how many heroes rose, no matter how many monsters fell, the struggle continued. Because monsters are more than flesh and blood. They are fear made real. They are the things we try to bury, the chaos we try to control, the parts of ourselves we pretend don't exist. And the gods? They are our attempt to impose order on a world that refuses to be tamed. But every god has a monster lurking beneath the surface. And every monster has a story that makes them more than just a mindless beast. The battle between gods and monsters wasn't just an ancient myth. It's a truth we still wrestle with today. Light and shadow. Order and chaos. Civilization and wilderness. And as long as there are stories, that battle will never end. The next monster? It's waiting. They crawled from the earth, slithered from the sea, and fell from the heavens, each one more terrifying than the last. Monsters. They came in countless forms, grotesque hybrids, twisted reflections of humanity, colossal sea creatures with an insatiable hunger. These weren't just mindless beasts, they were manifestations of chaos, born from the deepest fears of ancient minds. Each monster told a story, a warning, a lesson, or sometimes a punishment. But what makes a monster? Is it their appearance? Their deeds? Or is it the darkness they bring to the world? In ancient Greece, monsters came in many shapes, but they all shared one thing: they stood outside the natural order. They were reminders that the world, no matter how much humans tried to control it, was wild and unpredictable. Let's look at them, one by one. Beasts, the untamed terrors of the wild. In the wilderness, far from the safety of towns and temples, creatures lurked. These weren't ordinary animals. There was something else, larger, stronger, more cunning. Beasts like the Nemean lion, whose golden fur couldn't be pierced by any weapon. It wasn't just a lion, it was a force of nature. When Hercules faced it, he couldn't rely on his weapons. He had to wrestle the beast with his bare hands, choking the life out of it. Then there was Ladon, the serpent that coiled around the tree in the Garden of the Hesperides. Not just a snake, but an eternal guardian. His many heads never slept, watching over the golden apples that even gods coveted. Beasts like Ladon weren't just animals, they were symbols of greed and desire, of things that were forbidden and out of reach. But not all beasts were solitary guardians. Some terrorized entire regions. The Caledonian boar was unleashed as a punishment by Artemis, a divine reminder that mortals should not forget their obligations to the gods. It rampaged across the countryside, unstoppable, until a group of hunters finally brought it down. Beasts represented the untamed world, the forests, mountains, and plains that humans could never fully conquer. They were nature's wrath made flesh. Humanoids, twisted reflections of humanity. There's something uniquely unsettling about monsters that look almost human. They walk, talk, and think like us, but they are something else, something darker. Take the Gorgons, for example. Medusa, the most famous among them, wasn't always a monster. Once, she was a beautiful woman, but after being cursed by Athena, she became something terrifying. Snakes for hair. Eyes that could turn anyone to stone with a single glance. Medusa's story is tragic, but her monstrous form became a warning: beauty can be dangerous, and curses can never be undone. Then there were the Cyclopes, giants with a single eye in the middle of their forehead. The most famous of them, Polyphemus, encountered Odysseus on his long journey home. Polyphemus was no mindless brute. He spoke. He felt. He even loved. But his monstrous rage, his insatiable hunger for human flesh, made him terrifying. He was a reminder that even those who seem human can harbor monstrous impulses. Other humanoid monsters, like the Empusa and Lamia, were predators in disguise. Empusa, a demon-like figure, seduced men before tearing them apart. Lamia, once a queen, became a child-devouring monster after losing her own children to divine punishment. These creatures played on human fears of betrayal and deception, reminders that danger could come from those who looked most like us. Hybrids, the impossible combinations. Some monsters defied logic. They were hybrids, stitched together from the parts of different creatures, creating something unnatural and terrifying. The Minotaur, half man, half bull, was the twisted offspring of a queen's unnatural desire and a divine curse. Locked away in the labyrinth, he became a symbol of human folly, proof that trying to control the gods or nature always leads to disaster. Then there was the Chimera, a beast with the body of a lion, the head of a goat, and a serpent for a tail. It was a creature of chaos, fire-breathing, and uncontrollable. To see the Chimera was to face madness itself, a reminder that the world doesn't always make sense, and that some things simply cannot be tamed. Hybrids blurred the lines between different worlds, man and beast, land and sea, life and death. They were living contradictions, reminders that nature doesn't always play by the rules. Sea monsters, terrors of the deep. The ancient Greeks feared the sea. It was vast, mysterious, and deadly. And beneath its waves, monsters lurked. Scylla and Charybdis were two of the most feared sea creatures. Scylla, once a nymph, was transformed into a many-headed monster with snapping jaws, ready to devour any sailor who ventured too close. On the other side of the strait, Charybdis swallowed the sea itself, creating a massive whirlpool that dragged ships to their doom. Together, they created an impossible choice. Sailors had to choose which monster to face. Then there was Cetus, a sea dragon sent by the gods to punish entire cities. When Andromeda was chained to the rocks as a sacrifice, it was Cetus that rose from the depths to claim her. These creatures were more than just animals, they were divine punishments, sent to remind mortals of their place in the cosmos. Even Poseidon, the god of the sea, seemed to embody the monstrous nature of the ocean. His domain was filled with creatures that defied understanding, from the gentle dolphins to the monstrous krakens of myth. The sea was unpredictable, and its monsters were a reflection of that chaos. Themes: punishment, chaos, and fear. Greek monsters weren't just random creations. They served a purpose. Many monsters were born from punishment. Medusa was cursed for desecrating Athena's temple. The Minotaur was the result of King Minos defying the gods. Monsters reminded mortals that divine justice was swift and harsh. If you crossed the gods, you paid a terrible price. Other monsters represented chaos, forces that couldn't be controlled. The Chimera, Typhon, and Echidna were all embodiments of the wild, unpredictable side of nature. They reminded humans that no matter how hard they tried to impose order on the world, chaos was always lurking beneath the surface. But most of all, monsters represented fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the wild. Fear of death. Monsters were a way for the ancient Greeks to confront those fears. By telling stories about heroes defeating these creatures, they found a way to face the darkness. Yet, deep down, they knew the truth. Monsters can't be defeated forever. They are part of the world, part of us. No matter how many heads you cut off the Hydra, more will always grow back. The sea whispered dark secrets as the ship approached the island of Crete. On board stood a young man, his jaw clenched in quiet determination. His name was Theseus, and he was sailing toward a destiny carved in blood and shadow. Beneath the royal palace of Knossos awaited a nightmare, a creature born of shame and cruelty, locked away in a maze that twisted endlessly into darkness. The Minotaur. But the story of the Minotaur is more than just a tale of heroism. It's a tragedy of human arrogance, divine punishment, and the labyrinth we all carry within us. In Crete, the legend begins not with Theseus, but with a king named Minos and his thirst for power. The gods had gifted Minos with a beautiful white bull, a symbol of Poseidon's favor. It was meant to be sacrificed in the god's honor, a ritual act to secure prosperity and divine protection. But Minos, greedy and proud, defied the gods. He kept the bull for himself, offering a lesser beast in its place. The gods do not take betrayal lightly. As punishment, Poseidon cursed Minos' wife, Pasiphae, with an unnatural desire for the very bull her husband refused to sacrifice. Twisted by divine wrath, she gave birth to a creature that was neither man nor beast, a monstrous hybrid of both. The Minotaur. From the moment of its birth, the Minotaur was a reminder of shame and hubris. Its human body and bull's head were a grotesque contradiction, a mockery of both the human form and the sacred bull. It had no place in the world of men, nor in the world of beasts. It was an abomination. But Minos, unwilling to face his guilt, sought to hide his shame rather than confront it. He ordered the construction of a labyrinth, a maze so intricate and vast that even its creator, Daedalus, marveled at its complexity. The labyrinth became the Minotaur's prison, a place where the monster could be forgotten, buried in the depths of the earth. Or so Minos thought. The labyrinth itself holds a deeper meaning. It's not just a physical structure, it's a symbol of the human mind, of confusion, chaos, and the struggle to find clarity. The ancient Greeks understood that life itself is a labyrinth, full of twists and turns, dead ends and false paths. To face the Minotaur is to face the darkest parts of ourselves, the shame, fear, and guilt we try to bury. No one knew this better than the people of Athens. Every 9 years, they were forced to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as a sacrifice to the Minotaur. It was a punishment for a past offense, a debt that could never be repaid. The Athenians lived in fear, knowing that their children would be led into the maze, never to return. For them, the Minotaur wasn't just a monster. It was despair incarnate. A curse they couldn't escape. until Theseus stepped forward. Theseus wasn't just any hero. He was the son of Aegeus, the king of Athens, but his birth was shrouded in mystery. Some whispered that he was the son of Poseidon himself. Others saw him as a mortal man destined for greatness. Regardless of his origin, he volunteered to go to Crete as one of the sacrificial youths. Not to die, but to kill the Minotaur. He had no promise of success. No one had ever escaped the labyrinth. But Theseus was driven by something more than courage, a burning desire to break the cycle, to end the terror that haunted his people. In Crete, he caught the attention of Ariadne, the daughter of Minos. Perhaps it was love, or perhaps she saw in Theseus a way to defy her father's cruelty. Either way, she handed him a gift, a ball of thread. With it, he could trace his path through the labyrinth and find his way back out. Thread. Such a simple thing. Yet it symbolized hope in the face of hopelessness. In a place where every step led deeper into darkness, the thread was a lifeline, a reminder that there was still a way out. Theseus entered the labyrinth, the thread unspooling behind him. The air was thick with silence, the walls damp and cold. Every twist and turn felt like a step closer to madness. The Minotaur was waiting, somewhere in the heart of the maze. Theseus knew that confronting the monster wasn't just about defeating a creature of flesh and bone. It was about facing the fear that lives in all of us, the part of us that is monstrous, hidden away in the dark. Finally, he found it. The Minotaur's eyes gleamed in the darkness, full of rage and pain. It charged at Theseus, its hoofs pounding the ground like thunder. The battle was brutal, a clash of man against beast, of light against shadow. Theseus, armed with nothing more than his strength and courage, overpowered the creature. He drove his sword into the Minotaur's heart, ending its torment. The monster was dead. But Theseus wasn't free yet. He followed the thread, retracing his steps through the labyrinth's twisting corridors. Each step was a reminder of the maze's true nature, of how easy it is to lose oneself in confusion and despair. But the thread held firm, leading him back to the light. The Minotaur's death marked the end of Crete's dominance over Athens. Theseus returned home a hero, but his journey didn't end in triumph. Life, like the labyrinth, is never simple. He abandoned Ariadne on the island of Naxos, a cruel betrayal that would haunt him. His father, Aegeus, believing Theseus dead, threw himself into the sea, the waters that now bear his name, the Aegean Sea. Victory over the Minotaur came at a price. But what of the Minotaur itself? Was it a villain, a mindless beast deserving of death? Or was it a victim, born into a world that never wanted it, punished for sins it didn't commit? The Minotaur wasn't evil. It was the product of human failure, of divine punishment and mortal arrogance. The labyrinth wasn't just the Minotaur's prison. It was humanity's maze, the twists and turns of guilt, fear, and shame that we all navigate. Even today, the story of the Minotaur lingers. In the ruins of Naxos, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of bull-worshipping rituals, ceremonies that may have inspired the myth. The Minoans revered bulls as symbols of power and vitality, their art filled with images of leaping, charging beasts. The myth of the Minotaur may have grown from these ancient practices. But it's more than history. It's a reflection of something timeless. We all walk the labyrinth. We all carry a monster inside us, waiting in the dark corners of our minds. And we all hope, like Theseus, to find a way out. The question is, will we be brave enough to face our Minotaur when the time comes? Her name echoes through the centuries, Medusa. Her story is whispered in fear, a cautionary tale of beauty turned monstrous, of punishment and power. We think of her as the woman with snakes for hair, her gaze turning men to stone. A symbol of terror. A nightmare made flesh. But beneath the myth lies something far more unsettling, a story of betrayal, vengeance, and the ancient fear of female power. Medusa wasn't always a monster. She was once a woman of breathtaking beauty, born to the sea god's forces and Ceto. Among her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, Medusa was the only mortal. Her humanity made her different, vulnerable. Yet it was also what made her extraordinary. Unlike her immortal sisters, Medusa was bound by the fragility of human life, a gift and a curse. Some say Medusa was a priestess in the temple of Athena, goddess of wisdom and war. Her devotion was unwavering, her beauty admired by all. But admiration can quickly turn to obsession, and in Medusa's case, it caught the attention of someone dangerous, Poseidon, god of the sea. He wanted her. In ancient myths, gods often took what they wanted without consequence, and Poseidon was no exception. He assaulted Medusa in Athena's temple, desecrating the sacred space. Medusa, once pure and devoted, became a victim of divine cruelty. But instead of punishing Poseidon, Athena turned her wrath on Medusa. With cold, divine precision, Athena cursed Medusa, transforming her into something monstrous. Her hair became writhing serpents, her once luminous eyes gained the power to petrify anyone who met her gaze. The priestess who once inspired awe was now feared and reviled. Why would Athena do this? Was it jealousy? Was it vengeance for the desecration of her temple? Or was it something deeper, a warning to all women that power comes with a cost? Medusa fled, finding refuge in a remote island, far from human eyes. There, she lived in isolation, her heart hardened by betrayal. She became a symbol of what happens when the world fears a woman's strength. Medusa's gaze, the power to turn men to stone, wasn't just a weapon. It was a metaphor for the fear of female autonomy, a fear that ran deep in ancient society. But Medusa's story didn't end with her exile. Her legend grew, and soon, a hero would come to claim her head. Perseus was young, ambitious, and desperate to prove his worth. His quest began with a challenge from King Polydectes, who demanded a wedding gift far beyond any mortal's reach, the head of Medusa. Why Medusa? Why was her death so important? Because she was feared. She represented something the world wanted to control, a woman who could not be subdued, whose power defied the gods themselves. For men like Polydectes, Medusa's existence was an affront. Her death would be a victory over something they could never understand. Perseus accepted the challenge, but he wasn't a fool. He knew Medusa's gaze would turn him to stone if he looked directly at her. So, he sought divine assistance. The gods favored him, gifting him with tools to aid in his quest. Hermes gave him winged sandals, allowing him to fly. Hades offered a helmet of invisibility, letting him move unseen. Athena provided a polished shield, which he could use as a mirror to avoid Medusa's gaze. Armed with these gifts, Perseus set out for Medusa's island. When Perseus arrived, the air was thick with silence. Statues of men and beasts, frozen in terror, littered the landscape. They were victims of Medusa's gaze, reminders of her power and her curse. Perseus moved carefully, using the shield to guide his steps. Medusa was asleep, her serpents hissing softly in her hair. For a moment, there was peace, a glimpse of the woman she once was. But Perseus didn't hesitate. He raised his sword, and with a single strike, he severed her head. Blood poured from the wound, but from it, life also emerged. Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant with a golden sword, sprang forth. They were Medusa's children, born from her union with Poseidon. Even in death, Medusa created life, a testament to her enduring power. Perseus placed her head in a bag, careful not to meet her gaze, and fled the island. But Medusa's power didn't die with her. Her severed head retained its deadly gaze, turning enemies to stone. It became Perseus's greatest weapon, a tool he used to defeat his foes and solidify his legend. But what does Medusa's story really mean? Why has it endured for thousands of years? At its heart, the myth is about fear, fear of the unknown, fear of death, and, most importantly, fear of female power. Medusa's transformation from beautiful maiden to monster reflects society's discomfort with women who wield power outside traditional roles. Her gaze, which turns men to stone, symbolizes the paralyzing effect of confronting that power. Men feared her because she couldn't be controlled. She wasn't a passive victim, she became a force of nature. Even today, Medusa's image resonates. She's been reclaimed as a feminist icon, a symbol of resilience and defiance. No longer just a monster, she represents the strength that comes from surviving trauma. Her snakes, once a mark of her curse, now symbolize regeneration and healing. Like a snake shedding its skin, Medusa was reborn through her suffering. But her story is also a warning. The ancient Greeks understood that power, especially female power, was both revered and feared. Medusa's fate was a reminder of what happens when that power is misunderstood, when it's punished instead of celebrated. In the end, Medusa wasn't a villain. She was a victim of divine cruelty, a woman who suffered for the sins of others. Her gaze wasn't evil, it was a reflection of the world's fear. And that fear? It's still with us. Because deep down, humanity has always been afraid of those who refuse to be silenced. Smoke and ash filled the air, turning the sky dark as night. The villagers huddled in silence, their eyes fixed on the distant mountain. They knew what was coming. The Chimera, a creature born from chaos, a nightmare that defied nature itself. Its roar echoed through the valleys, a sound that froze the heart with fear. They whispered its name like a curse, a prayer for survival. No one knew where it would strike next. No one knew how to stop it. It wasn't just a monster. It was madness made flesh. The Chimera wasn't like other creatures. It didn't belong to one world or form. It was an abomination, a grotesque fusion of three beasts that should never have coexisted. It had the body of a lion, powerful and regal, symbolizing strength and dominance. From its back sprouted the head of a goat, a strange and unsettling addition, representing stubbornness and unpredictability. And its tail? It writhed and twisted, ending in the head of a serpent, venomous and deadly. But worst of all was the flames. The Chimera could breathe fire, scorching everything in its path. It wasn't just dangerous, it was unstoppable chaos. Legends say the Chimera was the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, two of the most fearsome beings in Greek mythology. Typhon, a monstrous giant with 100 snakeheads, was the embodiment of destruction. Echidna, his mate, was a half-woman, half-serpent creature known as the mother of monsters. Together, they gave birth to horrors that haunted the ancient world: Cerberus, the Hydra, and, of course, the Chimera. But the Chimera stood apart. It wasn't just a monster. It was a symbol of unnatural combinations and the chaos they bring. The people of Lycia, a region in ancient Asia Minor, lived in constant terror of the Chimera. It ravaged their lands, destroyed their homes, and killed without mercy. No one dared face it, until a young hero named Bellerophon took up the challenge. Bellerophon's story wasn't one of divine birth or prophecy. He was a mortal man with mortal flaws, driven by ambition and a desire to prove himself. His bravery, however, caught the attention of the gods. Athena appeared to him in a dream, offering a way to defeat the Chimera. She told him to find Pegasus, the winged horse born from the blood of Medusa. Only Pegasus could carry Bellerophon safely above the Chimera's fiery breath. But taming Pegasus wouldn't be easy. In the light of dawn, Bellerophon approached the sacred spring of Pyrenae, where Pegasus drank. The horse's wings shimmered like silver, his eyes sharp and wary. Bellerophon knew he couldn't overpower the creature. Instead, he offered a golden bridle, a gift from Athena herself. Pegasus snorted and stamped, but he allowed the bridle to be placed upon him. In that moment, Bellerophon gained the trust of a creature that no mortal had ever tamed. With Pegasus beneath him, Bellerophon soared into the skies, a man lifted beyond his earthly bounds. But even with a winged horse, the task ahead was daunting. The Chimera wasn't just a beast. It was chaos personified, a creature that defied logic and order. How do you fight something that shouldn't even exist? When Bellerophon spotted the Chimera from above, he was struck by its sheer monstrosity. The lion's roar shook the mountains, the goat's bleating echoed eerily, and the serpent's hiss carried death. Flames poured from its mouth, blackening the earth below. But Bellerophon didn't falter. He swooped down on Pegasus, aiming his spear. The Chimera snarled and lunged, but Bellerophon was out of reach, his horse's wings carrying him safely above the flames. Again and again, he struck, each blow weakening the beast. Finally, he drove his spear straight into the Chimera's throat, cutting off its fiery breath. The monster collapsed, its 3 heads falling silent. Chaos had been subdued. But legends have a way of twisting over time, and the Chimera's story isn't just about a hero's victory. It's about what happens when the natural order is disrupted. The Chimera wasn't merely a monster, it was a warning. Ancient Greeks feared hybrid creatures because they represented unnatural combinations. In a world where balance was sacred, merging things that didn't belong together was seen as dangerous. The Chimera wasn't just a threat to human life, it was a threat to cosmic order. The lion, the goat, the serpent, they weren't meant to coexist. Together, they symbolized chaos, madness, and unpredictability. Even today, the word chimera evokes images of something impossible or unnatural. In science, it refers to organisms created from different genetic sources, a fusion that challenges the boundaries of life itself. The ancient fear remains: what happens when we push nature too far? But let's not forget Bellerophon. His story didn't end with the Chimera's defeat. Fueled by his success, he grew arrogant. He believed he deserved a place among the gods themselves. So he mounted Pegasus once more and flew toward Mount Olympus, hoping to join the divine ranks. The gods were not amused. Zeus struck Bellerophon down, sending him crashing back to Earth. Pegasus continued his flight, reaching the heavens and becoming a constellation in the night sky. But Bellerophon lived out his days as a broken man, a reminder that hubris, the sin of overreaching, always brings ruin. The Chimera's defeat wasn't just about slaying a monster. It was about confronting the limits of human ambition. There are things that cannot, and should not, be tamed. And yet, the Chimera's story lingers. Perhaps it's because we still see fragments of it in our world. We see chaos and disasters that defy explanation. We see hybrids and modern experiments that blur the lines between human and machine, natural and artificial. And we see hubris in every attempt to control forces beyond our comprehension. The Chimera wasn't born out of nothing. It was the product of human fear, the fear of what happens when nature is twisted into something unnatural. But the real question is, what happens when we become the creators of our own chimeras? Beneath the blazing sun of a harsh, unforgiving land sat the Sphinx, a creature of stone and flesh, wisdom and terror. Her eyes, cold and knowing, held the weight of secrets too ancient to comprehend. Her body, a lion's, strong, regal, untamed. Her face, that of a woman, beautiful, mysterious, deadly. But it was her voice that brought fear into the hearts of men. For the Sphinx spoke in riddles, and her riddles were not games. They were traps. She didn't crave blood or violence. Her weapon was far worse. She killed with silence, with the crushing weight of unanswered questions. And no one escaped her alive. The Sphinx perched on a rocky hill outside Thebes, her shadow stretching over the city like a curse. Travelers who approached her domain faced a simple choice: answer her riddle correctly and pass unharmed, or fail and be devoured. No one had ever answered correctly. Thebes was dying under her reign of terror. The roads were empty, commerce had ceased, and fear clung to the air like smoke. The people of Thebes whispered stories of those who had tried, brave men, desperate men, fools. Each one had faced the Sphinx with confidence, believing they could outwit her. And each one had perished, their bones left to bleach in the sun. But then came Oedipus. Oedipus was no ordinary man. He was born under a curse, abandoned as a child, and raised by strangers, never knowing his true identity. His life was marked by tragedy long before he encountered the Sphinx, though he didn't yet realize it. Fate followed him like a shadow, steering him toward Thebes at a time when the city needed a savior. As he approached the Sphinx, the air grew still. She watched him with those ancient, unblinking eyes. He stood tall, unwavering, his heart steady despite the stories he'd heard. The Sphinx spoke her riddle. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Her voice was calm, almost gentle, but it carried the weight of centuries. The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. It was a riddle about life, time, and the human condition. It wasn't just a question, it was a test of understanding, a challenge to grasp the nature of existence itself. Oedipus paused, thinking carefully. He saw what others had missed. The riddle wasn't about animals or gods. It was about humans. His answer was simple, yet profound. A human. In the morning of life, as an infant, we crawl on all fours. At noon, as adults, we walk on two legs. And in the evening of life, as the elderly, we use a cane, walking on three. The Sphinx's eyes narrowed. For a moment, she was utterly still. The silence stretched, as if time itself held its breath. Then, without a word, she leapt from her perch and hurled herself off the cliff, shattering against the rocks below. The Sphinx was defeated, not through violence, but through wisdom. Oedipus had solved her riddle, breaking her power over Thebes. The city rejoiced, hailing Oedipus as a hero. But the victory was bittersweet. The very intelligence that had saved Thebes would later lead him to ruin, as the truth of his cursed fate unraveled before him. The riddle he had solved was nothing compared to the mysteries of his own tragic life. But why a riddle? Why did the Sphinx choose words over claws and teeth? The ancient Greeks believed that wisdom and cunning were just as powerful and dangerous as brute strength. The Sphinx was a guardian of forbidden knowledge, a creature that tested humanity's understanding of themselves. Her riddle wasn't just a challenge, it was a mirror, reflecting the fragility of human existence. The Greeks were fascinated by the idea of knowledge as both a gift and a curse. The more you understood, the more vulnerable you became. Oedipus's story proves this. His intellect saved a city, but it also revealed truths he could never unsee, that he had killed his father and married his mother, fulfilling a prophecy he tried so hard to avoid. The Sphinx didn't just guard the gates of Thebes. She guarded the boundaries between ignorance and knowledge, between innocence and guilt. Crossing that boundary came at a price. Interestingly, the Egyptian Sphinx had a very different role. Unlike her Greek counterpart, the Egyptian Sphinx wasn't a terrorizing force. She, or rather, he, was a symbol of protection and divine authority. The most famous of all is the Great Sphinx of Giza, a monumental statue that stands guard over the pyramids. The Egyptian Sphinx had the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, representing strength and wisdom united. It was a guardian of sacred spaces, a protector of the dead, ensuring that the pharaohs would be safe in the afterlife. The Egyptian Sphinx inspired awe, not fear. But the Greek Sphinx? She was the opposite. She wasn't a protector, she was a destroyer. She didn't guard the dead, she tested the living. Where the Egyptians saw stability and order, the Greeks saw chaos and uncertainty. Why this shift? The Greeks were deeply concerned with human flaws and limitations. They believed that every victory came with a cost, every answer with a consequence. Their Sphinx embodied this idea. She wasn't just a monster to be defeated, she was a philosophical challenge, a reminder that understanding the world comes with risks. Even today, the Sphinx's legacy endures. Her riddle has become a metaphor for life's most profound questions. Who are we? Where do we come from? Where are we going? These questions have haunted humanity for centuries, just as they haunted the travelers who faced the Sphinx. But the Sphinx also represents something more sinister, the idea that knowledge can destroy. In solving her riddle, Oedipus unlocked truths that shattered his life. He passed her test, but at what cost? Perhaps that's the real lesson of the Sphinx. Some questions are better left unanswered. The villagers whispered of a beast no weapon could pierce, a lion so fierce that even the gods feared its roar. They spoke of a creature with a golden mane and eyes like molten bronze, stalking the forests of Nemea, leaving nothing but blood and silence in its wake. Hunters had tried and failed to bring it down, their arrows bouncing off its hide as if it were made of iron. Swords shattered against its flanks. Spears splintered like twigs. The Nemean lion was invincible. To face it was suicide. To defeat it was impossible. But when Heracles stood before King Eurystheus to atone for his sins, it was the first task he was given: kill the Nemean lion. Heracles was no stranger to danger. Born of Zeus and a mortal woman, he possessed strength beyond comprehension. But that strength came with a curse. In a fit of madness sent by Hera, the jealous queen of the gods, he had killed his own family, his wife and children. Overcome with grief, Heracles sought purification and redemption. The Oracle of Delphi sent him to serve King Eurystheus, who assigned him 12 labors, each more impossible than the last. The first labor? To rid the world of the Nemean lion. Heracles traveled to Nemea, knowing he was walking into death's den. The lion was not a mortal beast. It was born of monsters, the offspring of Typhon and Echidna, the same cursed lineage that birthed the Chimera, Cerberus, and the Hydra. This lion was not simply the threat to humans. It was a symbol of chaos and destruction, a challenge to both mortals and gods. As Heracles entered the forest, the air grew heavy. The trees stood still, their branches twisted like claws. Not even birds dared to sing. The lion's presence was palpable, an invisible predator lurking in every shadow. Heracles gripped his bow, his quiver full of arrows. When the lion appeared, it was even more terrifying than the stories described. Its golden fur glinted in the fading light, and its eyes locked onto Heracles with an intelligence far beyond that of any ordinary animal. Without hesitation, Heracles loosed an arrow. The shaft flew straight, hitting its mark, but it snapped in two against the lion's hide. Heracles fired another, then another. Each arrow shattered, useless against the beast's impenetrable body. The lion didn't flinch. Instead, it roared, a sound that shook the earth, sending tremors through Heracles' bones. Heracles realized then, no weapon could harm this creature. As night fell, Heracles tracked the lion to its cave, a dark, gaping maw carved into the mountainside. The cave had 2 entrances, and Heracles knew the lion could easily escape if he wasn't careful. He blocked one entrance with boulders, trapping the beast inside. Then, with only his bare hands and his unbreakable will, he entered the darkness. The lion lunged. Its claws raked at Heracles, its teeth snapped inches from his throat. The two clashed like forces of nature, man and beast locked in a deadly embrace. Heracles wrapped his arms around the lion's neck, muscles straining, veins bulging. The lion thrashed and roared, but Heracles held on. He squeezed tighter. Tighter. The lion's struggles grew weaker. Its roars turned to gasps. Finally, with one final surge of strength, Heracles snapped the lion's neck. The beast fell limp in his arms. Heracles emerged from the cave, bloodied but victorious, the lion's lifeless body slung over his shoulder. When he returned to King Eurystheus, the king was so terrified by the sight of the beast that he hid inside a bronze jar, refusing to come out. From that day on, Eurystheus demanded that Heracles deliver proof of his labors from outside the city walls, too afraid to face the hero directly. But Heracles wasn't done with the lion yet. He skinned the beast with its own claws, the only tool sharp enough to pierce its hide, and draped the pelt over his shoulders. The lion's impenetrable skin became his armor, and its head his hood, making Heracles appear more god than man. The pelt was a constant reminder of his victory over the impossible, a symbol of his strength and resilience. Yet there was more to the lion than just its hide. To the ancient Greeks, lions were more than mere predators. They were symbols of power, fearlessness, and invincibility. Lions didn't roam the wilds of mainland Greece, but stories of lion hunts from Mesopotamia and Egypt reached their ears. These tales spoke of kings who proved their worth by facing lions in battle, a test of courage and strength. In ancient cultures, hunting a lion was the ultimate challenge. It separated kings from common men, heroes from mortals. The Greeks adopted this imagery, crafting myths that mirrored their fears and aspirations. The Nemean lion wasn't just a monster, it represented chaos, natural disaster, and the uncontrollable forces of the world. To defeat the lion was to prove one's ability to bring order out of chaos. But the story of the Nemean lion wasn't just about strength. It was about human limits and the courage to confront what seems impossible. Heracles didn't rely on weapons or divine intervention to kill the lion. He relied on his wits and raw determination. The lion's hide symbolized more than invincibility. It was a second skin, a mark of transformation. By wearing it, Heracles shed his mortal vulnerability. He became something greater, a man who had faced death and survived, a hero who could confront monsters no one else dared to face. But there's a darker undertone to the tale. The lion, born from monsters, was a child of chaos. And while Heracles may have killed the beast, chaos never truly dies. It lingers, waiting for its next chance to strike. Heracles would go on to face more monsters, each more terrifying than the last. But the Nemean lion was the first, a beast that tested not just his strength, but his will to endure. It wasn't the lion's teeth or claws that made it dangerous. It was its invincibility, the idea that some battles can't be won with weapons alone. And though Heracles had slain the lion, his hardest battles were still to come. The swamp reeked of death. The air was thick with the stench of rotting plants, and the water rippled with unseen movement beneath its murky surface. Somewhere in the heart of this cursed place, the Lernaean Hydra waited, a creature of myth and nightmare. It wasn't the kind of monster that hunted you down. No, the Hydra was far worse. It was a patient terror, growing stronger in the darkness, spreading fear like a disease. Heracles knew what awaited him in that swamp. And still, he went in. The Hydra wasn't just a beast of flesh and bone. It was a symbol of something far more insidious, the problems that keep coming back, the wounds that never heal, the fears that multiply no matter how hard you try to cut them down. The Hydra wasn't born from nature. It was born from monstrosity itself, a child of Typhon and Echidna, like so many other horrors in Greek mythology. But unlike the Nemean lion, the Hydra's power wasn't in its physical strength or invincibility. It was in its endless regeneration. For every head that was cut off, 2 more would grow in its place. It lurked near the springs of Lerna, a marshland believed to be a gateway to the underworld. The people of the region knew better than to go near it. They spoke of poisoned waters, of a serpent so massive that it could wrap itself around entire trees, of a beast whose breath alone could kill. Heracles, tasked with killing the creature as his second labor, understood the challenge he faced. But what he didn't know was that this monster wasn't just guarding the swamp, it was part of the land itself. Killing it would be like trying to destroy the very roots of chaos. The first time Heracles saw the Hydra, it was coiled in the water, its heads bobbing like serpents waiting to strike. There were 9 heads, though some stories claimed it had many more. One of those heads was immortal, invincible to any blade. Heracles tightened his grip on his sword, but he knew brute strength alone wouldn't be enough. As he approached, the Hydra lunged. Its heads moved like whips, snapping toward him with terrifying speed. Heracles slashed, cutting off one head, but before he could even catch his breath, 2 more heads sprouted from the stump, hissing and writhing. It was a hopeless fight, like battling the tides. No matter how many heads he severed, the Hydra only grew stronger. Heracles knew he couldn't win alone. That's when his nephew Iolaus stepped forward, bringing fire. Together, they fought the beast with both sword and flame. Heracles would cut off a head, and Iolaus would cauterize the wound, preventing the Hydra from regenerating. The battle raged on, the swamp filling with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. Finally, Heracles faced the immortal head, the one that could not be destroyed by any weapon. He grabbed it with his bare hands, ripping it from the Hydra's body. Knowing it couldn't be left to fester in the swamp, he buried it deep beneath a boulder, trapping it for eternity. But even in death, the Hydra left its mark. Heracles dipped his arrows in the creature's toxic blood, making them deadly beyond measure. Those arrows would later play a role in his own tragic fate, for the Hydra's poison was so potent that it could kill both gods and men. The Hydra was more than just a monster. It was a metaphor for the struggles humans face every day, the problems that seem to multiply no matter how hard you try to fix them. It was a symbol of despair, chaos, and persistence, the embodiment of everything in life that refuses to stay buried. In ancient times, swamps were feared. They were seen as places of death and disease, breeding grounds for malaria and other deadly illnesses. The Greeks likely saw the Hydra as a personification of these deadly forces, a monster born from the stagnant, poisonous waters of Lerna. The Hydra's regenerative ability also symbolized the fear of immortality gone wrong. To the Greeks, the idea of living forever wasn't necessarily a blessing. What if you could never escape your suffering? What if your pain multiplied endlessly, like the Hydra's heads? Immortality, in this sense, became a curse. Even today, we use the Hydra as a metaphor. We speak of cutting off the Hydra's head to describe problems that seem to grow worse the more we try to solve them. It represents endless struggle, the fight against overwhelming odds, and the resilience it takes to keep going even when it feels like the battle is unwinnable. But there's something deeper at play here. The Hydra wasn't just a mindless monster. It was a force of nature, a reminder that some things cannot be defeated by force alone. Heracles learned that lesson in the swamp, and so did everyone who heard the story. The Hydra was chaos embodied, but Heracles didn't just kill it. He adapted. He changed his strategy, called on his allies, and found a way to win a seemingly impossible fight. That's the true power of the myth. Because, in the end, life is full of Hydra-like battles. Problems that refuse to stay dead. Fears that grow stronger the more you try to silence them. But Heracles' victory reminds us that no monster is truly unbeatable. You just have to keep fighting, head by head. They say no living soul can enter the underworld and return unchanged. The air itself holds the weight of finality, a place where time ends, and memories fade like whispers on the wind. It is not a realm for the living, nor for the hopeful. And at the gates of this shadowed world stands Cerberus, a beast that embodies everything we fear about death. 3 heads, each with teeth sharper than mortal weapons. Eyes that gleam with the glow of eternal night. His massive paws crush the earth beneath him, leaving marks that will never fade. His body is sinew and shadow, the perfect guardian of the dead. No one enters without permission. No one leaves unless the gods will it. Heracles was tasked with doing the impossible. His 12th and final labor was to bring Cerberus to the surface, alive. Not to kill him, not to outwit him, but to wrestle death itself and emerge victorious. Cerberus was not a monster born from madness or chaos like others Heracles had faced. He was born of purpose, created by the primordial forces of the world to maintain balance. His parents were Typhon and Echidna, creatures of ancient terror, and his siblings were no less monstrous, the Hydra, the Chimera, Orthrus. Yet, Cerberus was different. His task was not to destroy, but to guard the boundary between life and death. He stood at the entrance of the underworld, where the river Styx flowed endlessly, carrying souls to their final resting place. The dead had no need to fear him, his gaze was not for them. Cerberus existed for one reason alone, to keep the living out and the dead in. Heracles' journey to capture Cerberus was not just another labor. It was a descent into death itself, the ultimate test of a mortal man. To reach the gates of the underworld, he had to pass through caves that whispered of forgotten sorrows, where shadows seemed to watch and the air grew colder with every step. Each moment reminded him of his own mortality. When he reached the river Styx, Charon, the boatman, stood waiting. Heracles had no coin to pay the ferryman, but his mere presence, the aura of a man destined for greatness, was enough to earn him passage across the black waters. On the other side, he was met by Hades himself. The god of the dead did not rage or threaten. He simply stood, calm and unyielding, as if the weight of eternity had crushed any need for passion. Hades knew what Heracles had come for. "Take him," the god said, his voice like distant thunder, "but only if you can do it without weapons." This was no battle of strength or cunning. It was a test of will and resolve. Heracles was to face death, not with a sword or shield, but with his bare hands and unwavering spirit. Cerberus appeared from the shadows, his growl reverberating through the cavern like the rumble of an earthquake. His 3 heads moved in unison, each one snapping at the air, eyes fixed on Heracles. His snake-like tail lashed behind him, and his massive claws dug into the ground. The beast was both terrifying and majestic, a creature that belonged to both worlds, the living and the dead. Heracles did not hesitate. He stepped forward and lunged at the beast, wrapping his arms around its central head. Cerberus roared, his other two heads snapping at Heracles' arms, his tail striking like a serpent. But the hero did not let go. His grip was unbreakable. The struggle seemed endless, an eternal dance between man and death. Cerberus thrashed and howled, but Heracles held firm, his muscles straining, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The underworld itself seemed to tremble at the sight, a mortal man wrestling with the guardian of death and refusing to yield. At last, Cerberus stopped struggling. He stood still, his three heads lowered in submission. Death, for the first time, had been conquered by mortal hands. With Cerberus subdued, Heracles led the beast back to the surface. As they crossed the river Styx, the souls of the dead watched in awe, whispering tales of the hero who had defied fate. Even Charon cast a glance of respect, his skeletal hand guiding the boat through the dark waters. When Heracles emerged into the light, dragging Cerberus behind him, the people of Greece trembled at the sight. Death itself had been brought to their world. For a moment, they wondered, was it possible to defeat death? Could anyone truly escape its grip? But Heracles knew better. Cerberus was not meant to remain in the world of the living. He was a creature of the underworld, a necessary guardian to keep the balance between life and death. Heracles returned Cerberus to Hades, knowing that some things must never be taken lightly. The gods, too, understood the symbolism of Heracles' feat. It wasn't just about strength. It was about facing mortality head-on. Heracles had confronted death and walked away, not untouched, but unbroken. Cerberus' three heads represent the past, the present, and the future. They guard the passage of time, reminding us that death is inevitable. But the heads also symbolize three aspects of death: fear, grief, and acceptance. The Greeks feared death, but they also knew it was a part of life. Cerberus stood as a boundary, a reminder that life's greatest journey ends in the underworld. But the myth of Heracles and Cerberus also carries hope. It tells us that even in the face of death, courage can prevail. There's something hauntingly beautiful about the idea that Heracles didn't kill Cerberus. He didn't need to destroy death to conquer it. Instead, he faced it, held it, and returned it to its rightful place. In ancient Greece, death was not viewed as an end, but a transition. The underworld wasn't a place of punishment for all, it was simply where souls went. And Cerberus wasn't a villain. He was a necessary guardian, preventing the chaos that would follow if the living and the dead could freely cross paths. But the image of three heads, snarling at the gates of the afterlife, leaves an impression that lingers in the mind. It speaks to the human fear of the unknown, the mystery of what lies beyond. Cerberus stands at that boundary, reminding us that no matter how far we go, death waits for everyone. Yet Heracles' triumph shows us that we don't have to fear it. The greatest hero of all time faced death itself and proved that courage, strength, and resilience can endure, even in the face of the inevitable. The cave was dark and damp, reeking of stale air and raw meat. In the distance, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed off the stone walls. Each step shook the ground, sending tremors through the bones of the men huddled in fear. They knew what was coming. And when the monstrous figure finally emerged, towering and grotesque, there was no mistaking who he was: Polyphemus, the Cyclops. His single eye, centered on his forehead, gleamed with a wild, untamed light. His massive hands dragged the weight of stone and death, and his voice rumbled like a distant thunderstorm. This was no man. They were trapped in the lair of a creature born of ancient chaos, a beast that cared nothing for the rules of gods or men. Polyphemus, the most famous of the Cyclopes, became a symbol of brutality, isolation, and raw power. But his story is only one part of a much older myth that stretches back to the very beginnings of creation. The Cyclopes were not always seen as brutish, uncivilized monsters. According to Hesiod, the ancient Greek poet who chronicled the birth of gods and monsters, the Cyclopes were primordial beings born from Gaia and Uranus, the earth and sky. There were three original Cyclopes: Brontes, Thunder, Steripes, lightning, and Argesh, bright. These weren't savage creatures hiding in caves, they were divine craftsmen, responsible for creating Zeus's thunderbolts, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helm of invisibility. These cyclopes were immensely powerful, not just physically but intellectually. They were builders and creators, wielding forces beyond human comprehension. They worked alongside the gods, shaping the very weapons that would secure the Olympians' rule over the cosmos. But somewhere along the way, the image of the Cyclopes shifted. In Homer's Odyssey, we meet a very different kind of Cyclops. Gone are the divine smiths of Hesiod's tales. Instead, Homer presents them as primitive, savage creatures living in isolation on a remote island. They have no laws, no society, and no respect for the gods. They are beasts in human form, ruled only by their appetites. And Polyphemus is the most infamous of them all. When Odysseus and his men stumbled upon Polyphemus' cave, they were desperate for food and shelter. They found cheese and milk, the spoils of the Cyclops' flocks, and foolishly believed they could bargain with hospitality. But Polyphemus was no civilized host. He trapped them in his cave, rolling a massive boulder across the entrance, and began to devour them one by one. There is something horrifyingly primal about Polyphemus. He is both man and beast, capable of speech and thought, yet driven by raw, animalistic instincts. His single eye symbolizes a limited perspective. He sees only what's directly in front of him, unable to comprehend the bigger picture. Odysseus, with his cunning mind, realized that strength alone could not defeat this monster. Instead, he relied on wit and deception. After blinding Polyphemus with a burning stake, Odysseus tricked the Cyclops into believing his name was Nobody. When Polyphemus cried out in pain, screaming that nobody was attacking him, the other Cyclopes ignored his pleas, thinking he had lost his mind. Odysseus and his men escaped by hiding beneath the bellies of Polyphemus' sheep, slipping past the blinded giant as he led his flock out to graze. But as they sailed away, Odysseus made a fatal mistake. His pride got the better of him, and he shouted his real name back to the Cyclops. "I am Odysseus, son of Laertes." Polyphemus, in his rage, called upon his father, Poseidon, god of the sea, to curse Odysseus. And thus began the long, torturous journey home, plagued by storms, shipwrecks, and suffering. Polyphemus wasn't just a monster in a cave. He represented something deeper, the conflict between civilization and savagery, reason and brute force, man and nature. The Cyclopes, in Homer's version, are a reflection of humanity's most primitive instincts. They live alone, without laws or gods, driven by hunger and violence. They are what humans might have been before the dawn of society, a stark reminder of our own dark, untamed past. And yet, there is tragedy in the Cyclops, too. Polyphemus, after all, was a lonely creature, shunned by gods and mortals alike. His isolation wasn't just physical, it was emotional. When Odysseus blinds him, he doesn't just lose his sight, he loses his only connection to the world around him. In later myths, Polyphemus is given a more human side. He falls in love with Galatea, a sea nymph, but she doesn't return his affection. His love is unrequited, and his heartbreak turns to jealousy and rage. The tragic figure of Polyphemus reminds us that even monsters have hearts. The Cyclopes also symbolized the fear of the unknown. In ancient times, the Greeks believed that islands were home to strange, monstrous beings. The Cyclopes Island was a place outside of civilization, where the rules of the gods didn't apply. It was untamed and dangerous, a stark contrast to the structured world of the city-states. But the Cyclopes were more than just a cautionary tale about the dangers of isolation. They also represented the duality of human nature. Hesiod's Cyclopes were creators, while Homer's were destroyers. They could build the weapons of the gods or crush men beneath their feet. They could live in harmony with the divine or in defiance of it. Their single eye is a powerful symbol of limited vision, the inability to see beyond immediate needs and desires. It's a warning about the dangers of living without wisdom or foresight, of acting on impulse rather than reason. In the end, the Cyclopes are more than just mythological monsters. They are reflections of humanity itself, our strength, our savagery, our ingenuity, and our flaws. They remind us that monsters aren't always born from chaos or evil. Sometimes, they are simply the product of isolation, ignorance, and fear. And as Odysseus sailed away from Polyphemus Island, he carried with him a curse that would haunt him for years, a reminder that even the cleverest of men cannot escape the consequences of pride and hubris. But the story of the Cyclopes doesn't end there. What happens when gods and monsters become allies? What happens when mortals forget their place? A storm of chaos raged in the heavens, and the earth trembled under the weight of an ancient war. The sky split with the clash of divine forces, thunder and fire colliding in an endless symphony of destruction. At the heart of this cataclysmic battle stood beings so fearsome, so utterly monstrous, that even gods hesitated to unleash them. The Centaurs. 3 brothers, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, born from the union of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. They were not ordinary creatures. They were giants of incomprehensible power, each with 50 heads and 100 hands, their presence a nightmare made flesh. Their mere existence embodied overwhelming, unstoppable force. Yet their story is one of betrayal, imprisonment, and eventual triumph, shaping the fate of gods and mortals alike. When Gaia gave birth to her sons, the 100-handed ones, even she recoiled at their appearance. They were colossal, each head snarling with rage, each hand capable of crushing mountains. Uranus, their father, was horrified. In his fear, he imprisoned them deep within the earth, locking them in the darkest depths of Tartarus, never to see the light of day. It wasn't just their monstrous forms that terrified Uranus, it was what they represented. Raw, untamed power. A force that could not be reasoned with, controlled, or subdued. To Uranus, the Centaurs were a threat to his reign, a reminder that even gods could be overthrown by something greater. But Gaia, furious at Uranus for casting their children into eternal darkness, plotted his downfall. She called upon her son Cronus, the boldest of the Titans, to overthrow his tyrannical father. Armed with a sickle, Cronus rose against Uranus, severing his hold over the heavens, and the Titans took control. Yet, Cronus proved no better than his father. When Cronus became the new ruler of the cosmos, he, too, feared the Centaurs. He could not bear to look upon them, their many hands writhing like serpents, their booming voices echoing like thunder through the caverns of Tartarus. And so, he kept them locked away, chained in the underworld, their power wasted in the endless dark. But the Centaurs were not meant to be forgotten. When Zeus rose against Cronus in the Titanomachy, the great war between the Olympians and the Titans, the battle raged for 10 years. The Olympians, though mighty, struggled against the ancient strength of the Titans. Lightning cracked the sky, seas boiled, and the earth quaked, but the war remained a brutal stalemate. Zeus realized that to win, he needed something more than divine weapons. He needed an overwhelming force that would tip the scales. And he knew where to find it. With the help of Hades and Poseidon, Zeus descended into Tartarus. The darkness was suffocating, and the air was thick with despair. But deep within the abyss, chained and bound, lay the Centaurs. Their 100 hands twitched with restless energy, their 50 heads murmuring curses into the void. Zeus stood before them, his voice echoing through the gloom. "I offer you freedom," he said, "and vengeance. Stand with me against the Titans, and you shall be free to roam the world once more." The Centaurs didn't hesitate. Chains shattered. The ground shook as they rose to their feet. They towered over Zeus, their eyes gleaming with newfound purpose. When the Centaurs joined the battle, the tide of the war shifted. Their 100 hands hurled boulders the size of mountains, crushing the Titan forces beneath an avalanche of stone. Their voices roared like 1,000 storms, striking fear into the hearts of even the most formidable Titans. It wasn't just their physical strength that overwhelmed their enemies, it was their relentless, unstoppable nature. They were chaos incarnate, a reminder that some forces in the universe cannot be tamed or contained. In the final moments of the war, it was the Centaurs who sealed the Titans' fate. They stood at the gates of Tartarus as jailers, ensuring that the defeated Titans remained imprisoned in the very pit where they had once languished. The Centimanes are more than just monsters of brute strength. They symbolize forces beyond human control: earthquakes, hurricanes, tsunamis. Natural disasters that strike without warning, leaving destruction in their wake. Forces that remind humanity of its fragility, of the limits of power and control. But they also symbolize the overwhelming force of rebellion. They are a reminder that even gods can be overthrown. They represent the breaking of chains, the idea that no ruler, no matter how powerful, can suppress raw, untamed strength forever. In a way, the Centimanes are a reflection of human rage and frustration. They are the fury of the oppressed, waiting for the moment to rise. They are the breaking point, when chains snap, and those who have been silenced for too long finally let loose their fury. Their story resonates with the fear of losing control. In ancient Greece, control was everything: laws, rituals, the favor of the gods. To lose control was to invite chaos, and the Centimanes were the embodiment of that chaos. They remind us that no matter how carefully we build our lives, there are forces in the world that cannot be contained. But they also offer a glimmer of hope. For Zeus, the Centimanes were the key to victory, proof that even the most monstrous forces can be allies when treated with respect. They teach us that strength, when channeled wisely, can change the course of history. And though they were banished to the edges of myth, their legacy remains, a lingering reminder of the power that lies in the forgotten places. But what happens when the gods themselves lose control? The sea stretched endlessly before them, dark and restless under the bruised sky. Odysseus gripped the ship's helm tighter, his knuckles white with tension. His crew stood silent, their faces etched with dread, as the narrow strait loomed ahead. This wasn't just another leg of their cursed journey. This was the passage of death, where two ancient terrors awaited, Scylla and Charybdis. No man had ever sailed between them unscathed. No choice would save them from the inevitable. To navigate this strait meant facing two monsters, each a personification of unstoppable doom. And Odysseus, burdened by fate, knew there was no way out. On one side was Scylla, a towering rock with a monster lurking in its shadow. She had 6 serpent-like heads, each with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Her grotesque head sprouted from a writhing mass of tentacles, reaching out to snatch anything that ventured too close. Each head could pluck a man from the deck in the blink of an eye, 6 lives lost in a single breath. On the other side lay Charybdis, a monstrous whirlpool that devoured the sea itself. 3 times a day, she gulped down the ocean with a roar that shook the heavens, only to spew it back with a tidal fury. There was no surviving her pull. Ships that drifted too close were dragged into her abyss, crushed by the weight of the sea. Odysseus had been warned by Circe, the sorceress who knew the perils of the sea better than any mortal. "You must choose," she had told him. "Face Scylla, or face Charybdis. But know this, you cannot escape both." Her words echoed in his mind as the ship neared the treacherous waters. The crew's eyes darted between the cliffs and the swirling whirlpool. Terror hung thick in the air. The Strait of Messina, between Italy and Sicily, was infamous even in ancient times. Sailors whispered of monstrous forces lurking beneath the waves, of ships that vanished without a trace. Scylla and Charybdis became symbols of the dangers of the sea, representing nature's raw, unpredictable power. To the ancient Greeks, the sea was both a lifeline and a death sentence. It brought trade, prosperity, and exploration, but it also carried storms, shipwrecks, and death. The sea was a god in its own right, unpredictable and cruel, demanding offerings in the form of human lives. Scylla and Charybdis were not just monsters, they were manifestations of the sea's dual nature. Scylla represented the immediate, violent threat, a predator waiting to strike without warning. Charybdis symbolized the slow, inevitable pull of disaster, a reminder that no matter how skilled the navigator, some dangers cannot be outrun. Together, they captured the essence of ancient seafaring fears. Odysseus, standing at the helm, made his choice. He turned the ship toward Scylla. Circe's warning had been clear: Charybdis would swallow the entire ship, leaving nothing behind. But if they sailed too close to Scylla, she would claim 6 men. 6 lives in exchange for the survival of the rest. The choice was agonizing. He knew what it meant to lead men to their deaths. These weren't just nameless crew members, they were friends, brothers in arms, men who had followed him through the horrors of Troy and the temptations of Circe's island. Yet, there was no other way. As the ship sailed past Scylla's lair, she struck with savage speed. Her 6 heads darted down, snatching sailors from the deck. Their screams echoed over the water, and for a moment, the sea itself seemed to mourn their loss. Odysseus could do nothing but watch. The horror of it burned into his memory. He had chosen to sacrifice his men, and the weight of that choice would haunt him for the rest of his life. Leadership came at a price he was forced to pay again and again. Scylla and Charybdis became more than just sea monsters in Greek mythology. They represented the impossible choices humans face when navigating life's dangers. To ancient sailors, they were real fears, reminders that the sea was never truly safe. But to philosophers and storytellers, they embodied a deeper truth about human existence. We all face our own Scylla and Charybdis, moments when there is no perfect solution, only a choice between 2 inevitable losses. Do we sacrifice a part of ourselves to save the whole? Do we steer toward lesser suffering, knowing it still brings pain? In literature and art, the phrase between Scylla and Charybdis has come to mean a choice between 2 evils, where avoiding one peril means falling prey to another. It's a metaphor for life's hardest decisions, when fate offers no escape. The sea monsters also reveal the human need to make sense of the unknown. Ancient sailors, venturing into uncharted waters, encountered dangerous currents, jagged cliffs, and treacherous whirlpools. To them, these natural phenomena weren't random, they were the work of gods and monsters. Scylla and Charybdis gave names and faces to their fears, making the chaotic sea something they could understand. In reality, Scylla may have been inspired by a dangerous rocky cliff, where jagged rocks threatened passing ships. Charybdis could have been a massive whirlpool, caused by underwater currents in the narrow strait. These dangers were real, but myth gave them a narrative, a purpose. For the Greeks, mythology wasn't just entertainment. It was a survival tool, a way to pass down wisdom. The story of Scylla and Charybdis wasn't just about monsters, it was a cautionary tale for those who dared to sail the open sea. As Odysseus and his remaining crew sailed away from the strait, the screams of the lost still lingered in their ears. The men sat in stunned silence, their eyes hollow with grief. Odysseus bore the weight of his choice, his heart heavy with guilt. But the sea remained indifferent. It roared and whispered, as eternal and untamed as ever, reminding them that no matter how skilled or brave they were, some dangers cannot be conquered. And ahead lay more trials, more monsters, more choices that would test their very souls. The sea was not done with them yet. The sharp wind howled through the sails, and the sea churned angrily beneath the hull of the ship. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. There was a strange, hypnotic hum in the air, a melody that seemed to rise from the very depths of the ocean. The crew exchanged nervous glances, the hairs on their necks standing up. They had heard the tales. It was the song of the sirens. From ancient Greek mythology, the sirens were beings of both beauty and horror, creatures whose voices held the power to draw sailors to their doom. Half woman, half bird, they were said to dwell on a desolate island, surrounded by jagged rocks. Those who ventured too close, lured by the sweet song of the sirens, would meet a gruesome end, their ships shattered upon the sharp cliffs. The promise of knowledge, the lure of the unknown, was their trap. For the sirens, it was never about physical beauty or seduction alone. Their power lay in their voices. The allure of their song was a call to the heart and soul, a promise of secrets, hidden truths, and forbidden knowledge. Sailors, desperate for answers, would sail toward the voice, unable to resist. But there was no salvation. The closer they got, the more they became entranced, as the rocks drew them to their deaths. The origins of the sirens, like many mythological figures, are shrouded in mystery. In some tales, they were daughters of the river god Achilles and the muse Terpsichore, associated with song and dance. In others, they were simply fates of the sea, born to ensnare the minds of men. What remained consistent was their relationship to the unknown. The sirens represented dangerous knowledge, the kind that tempts you to seek answers even when those answers come at the cost of your life. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus and his men were warned about the siren's song. But it was Odysseus, ever the clever strategist, who found a way to survive. Knowing that his curiosity would get the better of him, he had his men block their ears with beeswax so they couldn't hear the siren's call. But even then, he had himself tied to the mast of the ship so that he could hear the music without succumbing to it. As the ship passed the siren's island, the song began. It was so beautiful, so intoxicating, that even with his ears blocked, Odysseus felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the sea and swim toward it. His heart raced, his mind clouded with the desire to know more. He pleaded with his men to untie him, but they, following his earlier instructions, refused. The ship sailed on, and eventually, the voices faded, leaving behind a silence that felt like a deathly void. Odysseus was saved, but the weight of his encounter lingered. What did the sirens offer him? What truths lay in that song? Even the mighty hero couldn't escape the hunger for dangerous knowledge. The sirens were never content to simply sing their song. Their power was not just about their ability to lure sailors to their doom, it was about the illusion of truth. In many ways, the sirens represented the eternal human struggle with temptation. We are all curious creatures, constantly seeking answers to questions that may be better left unasked. The sirens played on this curiosity, offering knowledge and enlightenment, but at a terrible price. In some interpretations, their song was thought to reveal the deepest secrets of the universe, but those who sought them were doomed to perish, their thirst for understanding forever unquenched. The allure was seductive because it promised something more, a glimpse of the unknown, of the ultimate truth. But it was a truth that came wrapped in death. The siren's legacy has echoed throughout history, not just in the hearts of sailors and adventurers, but in art and literature as well. In countless works, the sirens have come to represent the danger of pursuing knowledge without understanding its consequences. In art, the sirens have been painted and sculpted as both terrifying and alluring figures. They are often depicted as beautiful women with bird-like bodies, their faces sweet yet sinister, gazing out with eyes that hold the promise of paradise. In ancient pottery, they were shown as enticing figures, poised on rocks, their hands reaching out to their victims. Their beauty is undeniable, but it is that beauty that hides the true peril lurking beneath. As centuries passed, the myth of the sirens became a symbol in literature, a metaphor for the dangers of curiosity. Writers from the Renaissance to modern times have used the sirens as symbols of the temptation to seek forbidden knowledge, echoing the ancient warnings. In Herman Melville's Moby Dick, for example, Captain Ahab's obsession with the whale mirrors the fatal allure of the sirens, drawing him and his crew toward their own destruction. But the sirens are not just symbols of destruction, they are also symbols of the human desire to transcend limitations. The journey toward the unknown is a central theme in human life. We crave understanding, the ability to solve the mysteries of existence. The sirens, in their way, represent that quest, the temptation to seek out what lies beyond the horizon, even when it's clear that we are ill-prepared for the consequences. They speak to a deep, primal desire that we all share. The need to know more, to uncover hidden truths. The desire to hear the song, even if it means facing danger. There's something alluring in the mystery of the unknown, something that calls to us even when we know we should stay away. The sirens understand this truth, and they use it against us. The sirens' role in the Odyssey was ultimately about testing Odysseus. His encounter with them wasn't just about surviving the monsters, it was about surviving the temptation to listen. To give in to curiosity is to risk everything. The siren's song was not just about knowledge, it was about losing oneself in the pursuit of knowledge, becoming so obsessed with the answer that you forget the danger of the question itself. The true power of the sirens lies in their ability to reflect our own desires back at us. What would we do if we could finally hear the secrets of the universe? Would we still be satisfied once we knew the truth? Or would we, like Odysseus, find that the price of knowledge is too high? The sirens will always sing their haunting song. The question is, who will listen? The ocean was a realm that humans could never truly conquer. Vast, dark, and infinitely deep, it stretched endlessly before them, swallowing ships, lives, and entire civilizations without remorse. It was the domain of the unknown, and in the hearts of sailors, it was where the most terrifying creatures lived, creatures that lived beneath the waves, unseen, but ever present. Among these creatures, none were more feared than the Leviathan. The word itself stirs something deep within, a terrifying, incomprehensible monster, a creature so vast that it could destroy entire fleets with a single sweep of its tail. In ancient times, the ocean was not just a body of water. It was a living entity, full of dangers that threatened the world as the ancients knew it. Sea serpents, giant beasts, and monstrous creatures lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to claim the unwary sailor. In Greek mythology, the sea was not simply a backdrop for adventures, but a force of nature with its own terrifying will. The ancient Greeks, who sailed far and wide, had countless stories about sea monsters that embodied the dangers of the ocean. These creatures weren't just fantastical beasts, they were representations of the fears that plagued sailors when they ventured into the deep. The very sight of the ocean's depths was enough to evoke dread, for what lay beneath could never be known. Among these creatures was Cetus, the sea serpent that haunted the deep. It was often depicted as a giant, writhing creature capable of sinking ships and dragging men down to their watery graves. This creature was far from a myth. It was the personification of everything sailors feared about the ocean, its vastness, its mysteries, its dangers. Cetus was often shown as a threat to humanity, something that could be both destructive and terrifying, but also something to be confronted. But the Leviathan? That was a creature of a different sort. Its name, although it doesn't appear specifically in Greek mythology, found its way into many ancient texts, spanning beyond Greek borders. It came to symbolize the greatest fear of the ocean, a creature so massive and powerful that it could swallow the world whole, in contrast to the relatively localized fears that Greek myths focused on. The dangers of the Aegean Sea and its terrifying creatures, the Leviathan found its place in various mythologies across cultures. In the Hebrew Bible, the Leviathan is described as a mighty sea creature, a serpent or dragon-like being of immense size. It was a creature of chaos, an ancient being that defied human understanding, often associated with the chaos of the primordial waters. The image of the Leviathan in the Hebrew tradition was one of dark power, of something so untamable that it could never be subdued. Interestingly, the idea of the Leviathan also appeared in Mesopotamian mythology, where it was similarly depicted as a fearsome sea serpent or dragon-like beast. In these stories, it was often a symbol of the uncontrollable forces of nature, the primeval chaos that existed before the world was brought into order by the gods. The sea itself was a force to be reckoned with, and the Leviathan stood at the forefront of those forces, a reminder of the immense power that lay hidden in the depths. However, in Greek mythology, the focus on sea monsters was often tied to the wrath of the gods. When the Greeks told stories of terrifying sea creatures, they were often seen as tools of divine punishment. The Hydra, for example, was not just a simple monster but a symbol of the endless battles between gods and creatures. It represented chaos and the punishment of defiance. But where the Leviathan was an almost unstoppable force, Greek sea monsters were often defeated by heroes. Perseus defeated the sea monster that threatened Andromeda, Heracles conquered the Hydra, and Odysseus escaped the dangers of Scylla and Charybdis. In these tales, the sea monsters were not just beasts but symbols of the challenges that heroes had to face and overcome. Perhaps the biggest difference between the Greek portrayal of sea monsters and the Leviathan in other mythologies lies in the way the monsters were viewed. Greek monsters, despite their terrifying powers, could be defeated by the hero. The Leviathan, however, represented a fear that couldn't be simply vanquished. It was untamable and uncontrollable, a force of nature beyond comprehension. The Leviathan also holds a deeper symbolic significance than Greek sea monsters. While creatures like the Hydra and Cetus often embodied chaos or divine wrath, the Leviathan represented something far more primal, the fear of the unknown. The sea itself, in all its vastness, was beyond human comprehension, a space where all of human knowledge and control ceased to exist. The Leviathan was the embodiment of that fear, a living reminder that there were things in the world beyond human understanding. The fear of the unknown ocean runs deep in ancient cultures. The Greeks, despite their vast empire and seafaring prowess, were often awed and terrified by the seas that stretched beyond the Aegean. To sail far beyond familiar waters was to risk encountering something greater than themselves, something that no amount of skill or bravery could defeat. The ocean was a dark and dangerous place, a reminder that there were forces greater than the gods, forces that had the power to destroy entire civilizations. This fear was not just born of superstition, but from the very real dangers of ancient seafaring. Ships could be lost in storms, never to be seen again. Men could be swept overboard, disappearing into the endless depths. And the sea itself, with its turbulent waves and terrifying creatures, was a constant threat, one that no amount of preparation could completely overcome. In many ways, the Leviathan and other sea monsters served as metaphors for the unknown. They were a way to give shape to the fear that so many sailors felt when they ventured into the vast, uncharted waters. They were the embodiment of everything unseen and unknown, a reminder that some forces in the world could not be controlled, no matter how advanced the technology or how powerful the gods. As the ship crests the waves and sails on, the crew remains vigilant, knowing that somewhere beneath the surface, hidden in the depths, the Leviathan might be watching, waiting. The ocean is never truly safe, and the monsters that lurk within it remind us that, no matter how far we've come, there are still mysteries we may never understand. The sea is a place where nothing is ever truly certain, and sometimes, the greatest monsters are not the ones we can see, but the ones we know are lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. The sea was not just an endless expanse of water. For ancient Greeks, it was a living, breathing entity, full of unimaginable horrors that could swallow men whole. Beyond the horizon, where the sky and sea melded into one, lay an expanse of dangerous unknowns, where only the bravest ventured, and only to find themselves facing the terrifying creatures of myth. Cetos, the sea dragon, was one of the most feared of these monsters. Cetus, the great sea beast, was its name, and it was not merely a creature of legend, but a symbol of the untamed sea. As sailors crossed the Aegean and the Mediterranean, they knew that their craft could only protect them from so much. The open sea was a place where mysterious forces held sway, and storms could rage with no warning. But these natural dangers paled in comparison to the true horror, the sea monsters, creatures that existed to remind men just how fragile their lives were when faced with the raw power of nature. Cetos was one such monster, a giant sea creature with a serpent-like body, massive jaws, and a terrifying gaze. In some depictions, Cetos was shown with the features of a dragon, its long body coiled and twisting through the waters, its head emerging like an ancient beast from the depths of the earth. Dark, menacing, and enormous, it represented the chaos of the sea, a reminder of the dangerous unknowns that lay beneath the surface. The story of Andromeda and Perseus is where Cetos is most famously introduced. Andromeda, a beautiful princess, was chained to a rock as an offering to the sea monster, Cetos. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had angered Poseidon by claiming her daughter was more beautiful than the sea nymphs. To punish the arrogance of the queen, Poseidon sent Cetos to destroy the kingdom. The sea beast was a reminder that, in the face of the gods and the forces of nature, no one was truly safe. Cetos was not just a mindless beast, but a tool of divine retribution, summoned to exact vengeance on those who had defied the gods. The monster was a physical manifestation of the wrath of the sea, a creature whose sole purpose was to destroy those who dared to challenge nature's power. Perseus, the hero of the myth, was the one who stood against Cetos. Armed with gifts from the gods, including Hermes' winged sandals, Hades' helmet of invisibility, and the shield of Athena, Perseus confronted the sea monster, coming to Andromeda's rescue just in time. With his sword drawn, he faced the beast in a battle that tested his courage, strength, and wit. Cetos, roaring with fury, was no mere beast. It was a creature of ancient power, drawn from the depths of myth itself, a force that could not be easily defeated. In the end, Perseus slayed the sea dragon, saving Andromeda and proving himself a hero. Yet, in this victory, there is something deeper to be understood. Cetos, as terrifying as it was not simply a creature to be slain, but a reminder of the fragility of human existence. The sea was always there, lurking just beyond the horizon, its monsters waiting for those who dared to venture too far. The sea, for the ancients, was a place of constant tension, between the known and the unknown, between life and death. Creatures like Ketos were symbols of the dangers that lay in the dark, unseen waters. They were a reflection of the primordial fear that the sea instilled in the hearts of sailors, a fear that the Greeks understood all too well. The great sea serpents, like Ketos, weren't just mythical creatures, they were a warning. To sail the seas was to risk encountering something beyond human understanding, something that could take lives in an instant. The creatures from the depths, the sea dragons, the serpents, the terrifying beasts, were a reflection of the natural chaos that existed outside human control. Over time, the idea of sea monsters grew. Sea dragons, in particular, became larger-than-life creatures, so grand in scale that they couldn't possibly be real, yet they embodied something deeply real and visceral, the fear of the unknown. They were forces of nature that could not be tamed by human hands. Whether they were a manifestation of nature's fury, like Ketos, or simply the embodiment of everything the Greeks feared about the sea, these creatures became central to the mythological landscape of the ancient world. And yet, even in the face of such terrifying monsters, the Greeks, like other ancient peoples, still ventured forth. With courage, perhaps, but also with the understanding that the ocean was a place of both mystery and danger. It could be both beautiful and deadly. But the leviathans of the deep were never far from their minds. Ketos, as part of this broader tradition, represented the constant battle between human ambition and nature's raw, untamable power. There's a sense of inherent tragedy in the myth of Ketos, and how it embodies the very essence of the natural world's indifference to human lives. The sea is not cruel because it is conscious of its cruelty. It is cruel simply because it is beyond us, unknowable, and untamable. No matter how much we seek to conquer it, there will always be things beneath the waves that remain beyond our reach, and monsters like Ketos will continue to remind us of our vulnerability. As sailors sail today, there's a sense of awe and reverence that remains for the sea, its mysteries, and its monsters. Even in an age of technology and exploration, the sea still holds power over our imaginations, still whispers of creatures that live in the unseen depths. The Leviathan may not be real, but the fear it represents, the fear of the deep, the fear of the unknown, is very real indeed. The wind howled relentlessly as the skies darkened. In the distance, the air seemed to shiver with an ominous energy, carrying with it the faintest echoes of screeching, violent cries. There, just beyond the edges of the storm, hovered a fearsome creature, a figure that no mortal dared face, a vision of terror, part bird, part woman, and all destruction. These were the Harpies. To the ancient Greeks, the sight of these winged women was a curse, a harbinger of doom that left destruction in its wake. They were not merely creatures, but symbols of divine retribution, punishing the guilty by tormenting them with unrelenting terror and chaos. Their very presence in a myth was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest warriors. The Harpies were not beautiful or ethereal beings, as gods and goddesses often were depicted in ancient myths. Instead, they were monstrous creatures, disgusting in their appearance. With the bodies of birds and the faces of women, they were creatures of horror, often described as sharp-beaked, taloned, and hungry, constantly circling, swooping down on their prey, and leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. They were the living embodiment of the storm, the winds, and the inevitable punishment that fell upon those who defied the gods. Their role in mythology was one of vengeance. The Harpies were messengers of the god's wrath, particularly Zeus, sent to enact punishment for those who were guilty of sins or crimes that disrupted the natural order. For those who were imprisoned in the grasp of the Harpies, there was no escape. The Harpies were known for their relentless pursuit, never ceasing their torment until their victims were brought to ruin. One of the most well-known stories involving the Harpies is that of King Phineus, a blind prophet who had angered the gods. As punishment, the Harpies were sent to torment him, stealing his food and leaving behind only filth. For years, Phineus could not eat without fear of the terrifying creatures swooping down upon him, claiming his sustenance, leaving him in an endless cycle of hunger and despair. The cruelty of this punishment reflected just how thoroughly the Harpies were feared. They were not merely monsters of flesh and bone, but agents of divine justice, acting at the will of the gods to inflict misery on those who dared defy divine order. Their wings, sharp and unforgiving, could snatch away anything in their grasp. The harsh flaps of their wings echoed like thunder, a reminder that no one was ever truly safe from the reach of divine wrath. It was not only Phineus who suffered from the Harpies' fury. In the myth of Jason and the Argonauts, the Harpies also played a pivotal role. When Jason and his crew sailed to retrieve the Golden Fleece, they encountered the Harpies tormenting Phineus. The Argonauts, aided by the mighty Boreads, the sons of the North Wind, took it upon themselves to free Phineus from his torment. The Boreads, with their swift wings, chased the Harpies away, forcing them into exile. This story, though one of victory, was also a testament to just how terrifying the Harpies were. Even though the Argonauts were heroes of great renown, even they feared the Harpies, and their victory was one that could only be achieved with the help of beings who controlled the winds themselves. It was as if the Harpies were a force of nature, something that could not be easily overcome, no matter the heroism of those who faced them. In examining the symbolism behind the Harpies, it becomes clear that they were much more than mere monsters. The Harpies were representations of chaos and destruction, of the unstoppable forces that could be sent by the gods to bring about punishment. They were the physical manifestation of divine anger, a reminder that no one was ever truly above the gods. But there was something even deeper at play here. The Harpies, in their relentless pursuit, also represented the consequences of guilt and wrongdoing. They were fates in their own right, bringing the sins of the past to fruition. No matter how far a person ran, no matter how much they tried to escape their guilt, they would be chased down by the Harpies, haunted by their past actions until there was nothing left but destruction. The fact that the Harpies were women also carries significant weight in understanding their symbolic nature. In Greek mythology, women were often the figures who brought life and death, capable of great power and yet also bound by fate. The Harpies, as female figures, were not just the embodiment of vengeful wrath, but also the unrelenting force of justice, something that could not be avoided or ignored. Their role in myth, often as punishers of transgressions, was akin to the idea of karma, that justice would inevitably find its way to those who deserved it. The terrifying nature of the Harpies continued to resonate in ancient Greek culture. Their presence in art, literature, and myth reflected society's deep-rooted fears of being punished by the gods, of being pursued for sins, of being tormented by forces beyond their control. The Harpies were the embodiment of that fear, their screeches echoing in the minds of all who heard their stories. They were the ones who could take away everything, who could punish without mercy, who could bring about the total destruction of the soul. Even today, the image of the Harpies stirs something primal, their ferocity, their relentless hunger, their uncaring pursuit. In their myth, they are a reminder of the fragility of life and the consequences of wrongdoing. The inescapable nature of the Harpies serves as a lesson that no matter how far one runs, the consequences of one's actions will eventually catch up. There is no escaping the wrath of the gods when it is set in motion. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Harpies is their endlessness. Unlike many other monsters that could be defeated or outwitted, the Harpies were ever present, always swooping down when least expected. They were symbols of eternal torment, a constant reminder that no sin goes unpunished, and no one, no matter how powerful or clever, can escape their reach. Even if you outran them today, they would be there tomorrow, waiting to exact the full weight of divine wrath. In a world where the gods were capricious and often cruel, the Harpies were a manifestation of that cruelty, a reminder that, no matter how hard you tried to escape, the divine would always find a way to make you face the consequences of your actions. No one could outrun the Harpies. No one could hide from their punishment. They were relentless, unforgiving, and inescapable. And for those who came into their path, there was no hope of peace until their torment was complete. The waves churned furiously, as though the very sea was alive with some ancient, forgotten power. The horizon was heavy with the weight of a storm, and in the distance, through the roiling mist, there appeared strange figures. The sight of these half-human, half-horse creatures, emerging from the depths like a dream made real, was enough to send a shiver down the spine of any sailor daring to cross the seas. These were the ichthyocentaurs, divine beings of the deep, part human, part horse, but all mystical power. They were creatures whose very existence seemed to blur the lines between myth and reality. With the upper bodies of man and the lower bodies of fish, these beings were like nothing the Greeks had ever known. Yet, they were more than just creatures of the sea. They were protectors, guides, and embodiments of the power of the ocean, guardians of the borders between the land and the deep, ever-present, yet rarely seen by mortal eyes. The ichthyocentaurs first appeared in Greek mythology as the sons of Pontus, the primordial god of the sea, and Gaia, the earth itself. These were beings of pure elemental force, connected both to the earth and the water. They were born from the chaotic union of earth and sea, creatures who could navigate the deep waters as easily as the land. Their long, powerful tails were not just for swimming, but for control over the wild forces of nature that humans could neither understand nor contain. With human faces and the bodies of horses, they embodied the very essence of strength and freedom. But their fish-like lower halves were a reminder that they were, in a way, both of the world above and below. They were not simply guardians of the seas, but protectors of all life that depended on the delicate balance between the two. They moved in the waters like gods, their powerful tails cutting through the sea like blades. Perhaps the most famous myth featuring the ichthyocentaurs is their involvement in the tale of the Titanomachy, the great battle between the Olympian gods and the Titans. During this epic war, the ichthyocentaurs played a pivotal role in helping Poseidon, the god of the seas, in his battles against the Titans. With their knowledge of the seas and their mastery over the chaotic forces of nature, they helped control the oceans, ensuring that the gods remained victorious in their fight to seize power from the ancient Titan rulers. As the battle raged, the ichthyocentaurs were not simply passive observers but active participants, swaying the tides of the war in favor of the Olympians. Their presence in the waters became a symbol of the undying connection between the gods and the sea, reminding all of the power that resided in the depths. They were beings of incredible strength and agility, able to command the ocean's fury with a mere flick of their tails. But the ichthyocentaurs were not always so focused on war and chaos. They were also seen as symbols of healing and guidance. In some accounts, they were portrayed as benevolent beings, offering their wisdom and aid to those who needed it most. Their ability to traverse both land and water made them mysterious figures, revered by sailors and seafarers who believed they were divine protectors of the sea, guiding ships safely through treacherous waters. Their mere presence was said to calm storms, as if their very essence brought balance and tranquility to the chaotic forces of nature. In one myth, the ichthyocentaurs helped Thetis, the sea goddess, during the birth of Achilles. The legendary warrior, known for his incredible strength and near invulnerability, was born in a time of great strife. It was said that the ichthyocentaurs emerged from the sea, their bodies slicing through the waves, to assist Thetis in her time of need. In this tale, the ichthyocentaurs symbolized not only the power of the ocean but also the nurturing aspect of the sea, a reminder that the sea was not just a place of danger, but one of life and renewal. The creature's dual nature, part horse, part fish, also speaks to the ancient belief in the fluidity of life itself. The world of the ichthyocentaurs was one of transformation, of crossing boundaries between the realms of land and sea. In a way, they were emissaries of a world beyond human comprehension, representing the boundary between nature's chaos and order, an endless source of mystery and power. Just as the sea's surface could suddenly shift from calm to violent, so too could the ichthyocentaurs be both guides and agents of power. But despite their power and nobility, the ichthyocentaurs were also tragic figures, caught between two worlds, never truly part of either. The land that gave them their human faces was far removed from the vast, tumultuous sea. They were like the winds, blowing across the earth but never fully settling anywhere. And in their divided nature, they represented the eternal struggle for balance, between the known and the unknown, between chaos and order. Their fierce loyalty to the gods, particularly to Poseidon, however, made them both heroes and victims of the ancient world. Though their actions were guided by the will of the gods, they were not always understood by the mortals who saw them as just another creature of the sea, a terrifying figure to be feared. Yet, there were those who came to respect the ichthyocentaurs for their unwavering sense of duty and protection. In the end, the ichthyocentaurs were creatures of ancient power and mysticism, forever tied to the deep, mysterious waters of the sea. Their role as both guardians and destroyers reminds us of the uncontainable forces of nature, forces that can both give life and take it away in the blink of an eye. The world they inhabited was wild and untamed, filled with danger and beauty, all wrapped up in one. Today, their story lingers like the sea's eternal ebb and flow, a reminder of how fragile humanity is in the face of nature's unyielding power. The ichthyocentaurs, half men, half horses, half fish, remain as symbols of divine strength, mysterious protectors of the sea, ever watching from the horizon, waiting to stir the waters when called upon. And though few still remember them, they live on in the mythic whispers carried by the winds, where land and water meet. The ocean's surface shimmered with a strange, unnatural glow, as if the very waters were hiding secrets beneath their depths. The wind whispered through the sails of a passing ship, but the sailors knew that it wasn't the wind speaking to them, it was something far older, far more powerful. Something that had seen the rise and fall of kings, the endless battles of gods, and the changing tides of fate itself. He was the old man of the sea, Perseus, who held dominion over the oceans and everything that lived within them. There, among the calm waters, Perseus lived in the underworld of the sea, a figure so ancient that even the gods themselves feared him. He was known for his ability to change shape, shifting into any form he chose, be it a lion, a serpent, a tree, or even the very waves themselves. No one could capture him, for his form was as elusive as the sea itself. To trap him was to fight against the very forces of nature, and many had tried. But Perseus was no mere beast to be tamed. He was a symbol of something far greater, the power of transformation, the ever-changing currents of life, and the very nature of fate. Perseus was not just a shapeshifter by chance. He was the embodiment of the sea's infinite nature, capable of morphing into whatever form was needed to escape the grasp of those who sought to bind him. He was, in every sense, a master of disguise, a creature whose power lay in his ability to change, to slip through the cracks of the world, just as the tides ebb and flow without ever being caught. Yet, Perseus was more than just a trickster. Though he was feared and elusive, he was also a wise and ancient figure, one who had knowledge that could unlock the mysteries of the world. It was said that anyone who could catch him, hold him long enough, and endure his shifting forms, could learn the deepest truths of the universe. He was not merely hiding from the world, but guarding the wisdom of the oceans. The challenge, of course, was not only to find him, but to hold him in place long enough to gain his favor, for Perseus did not share his knowledge freely. He demanded that those who sought it prove their worth. In one of the most famous myths involving Perseus, the hero Menelaus, lost at sea after the Trojan War, sought the wisdom of the old man of the sea. Menelaus was desperate for a way to return home, and he knew that Perseus, with his deep knowledge of the ocean, could offer the answers he sought. But Perseus would not make it easy for him. Menelaus had to capture him, and to do so, he was forced to hold on tightly as Perseus transformed into numerous terrifying and unrecognizable forms, each one more dangerous than the last. He became a lion, a serpent, and even a boiling mass of water, but Menelaus, with determination, refused to let go. Finally, after an endless struggle, Perseus resigned and revealed the secrets of Menelaus' journey home. The shape-shifting nature of Perseus was not just an act of escape or evasion. It was a metaphor for the elusiveness of fate, a reminder that nothing in life remained still or certain. The world was always in flux, just as the sea itself was never constant. Like the waves that could turn from peaceful to violent in a moment's notice, so too did the nature of human existence mirror that fluidity. In his endless transformations, Perseus embodied the idea that change was the only constant, and that nothing was ever truly permanent. Perseus was not the only shapeshifter in Greek mythology, but his ability to change shapes so completely was unmatched. He represented a power beyond mortal understanding, the power of the sea, the force of nature itself. The Greeks, who were so deeply connected to the ocean, understood that the sea could both give life and take it away with equal ease. Perseus was a reflection of that duality, as both a creator and a destroyer. He could change from a calm ocean to a storm-tossed sea at will, just as he could change from one form to another, slipping away from those who sought to trap him. The symbolism of Perseus as a shapeshifter extended far beyond just the mythical creature itself. His story became a powerful lesson for generations that nothing in life was fixed. In fact, Perseus shifting became a metaphor for human struggle and resilience. As the world changed and human beings navigated the turbulent waters of their lives, they, too, had to be willing to adapt and transform in order to survive. The ability to change, to bend with the wind rather than resist it, was a key to enduring the hardships of life. Perseus' legacy didn't stop with the Greek myths. His influence seeped into later stories of shapeshifting creatures, of heroes who would need to change their forms to overcome impossible obstacles. From werewolves to changelings, Perseus' influence continued to echo through time, showing the deep, primal fear and fascination people have with the idea of transformation, the ability to shed one's skin, to become something else entirely. In many ways, Perseus' shapeshifting became a template for the creation of other mythical beings who existed between worlds, defying definition and refusing to be easily categorized. The idea of shapeshifting creatures carried its own deep symbolism, representing the inner struggle between who we are and who we might become. Perseus was not just a creature of the sea, but a force that reminded us that we are all in a constant state of becoming. Like the ocean, like Perseus, we are ever-changing, always transforming, adapting to the tides of fate, and sometimes even defying our own nature. In Perseus, the sea became a living, breathing entity, one that could never be tamed, never be understood fully. His shapeshifting was not an escape, but rather a reflection of life's unpredictability, a metaphor for the way the world shifts around us, and how we, too, must shapeshift to navigate its currents. The myth of Perseus was not just a story of an ancient sea god, it was a reminder that we, too, must learn to embrace the ever-changing flow of life and become what we need to be in order to survive. And so, Perseus' story lingers on, reminding us that in every wave, every storm, there is the possibility of change, and in that change, the potential for transformation, for new beginnings, and for the rebirth of self. There was a cold breeze in the air, a whisper that carried an ominous warning, as if the earth itself trembled beneath the weight of impending vengeance. From the shadows, they emerged, 3 women, their eyes bloodshot, their faces twisted in fury. Hair tangled with writhing snakes, their footsteps echoed through the night, and the air around them grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread. The Erinyes, or the Furies, had come bearing punishment, bringing with them the relentless thirst for justice. In ancient Greece, where justice was a divine force, the Furies were the terrifying agents of vengeance, created to hunt down those who dared to defy the natural order. They were born from the blood of Uranus, when he was castrated by his son Cronus, and in that dark, violent act, the Erinyes were forged, creatures of rage and retribution, born to serve one single purpose: to punish the guilty, to pursue those who committed heinous crimes, especially those against family and blood. Their very names were enough to chill anyone to the core. Alecto, whose name means unceasing in anger, was the one who pursued the unrepentant sinners, bringing them to the depths of despair. Then there was Megara, whose name evokes jealousy, for she was said to torment those consumed with envy and betrayal. Finally, Tisiphone, who embodied the act of punishing those who committed the most horrific acts, especially murder. Their rage was unquenchable, their anger unstoppable, and in their pursuit of justice, they were unstoppable. They were not only feared for their monstrous appearance, hair of snakes, eyes that wept blood, and a voice that could send chills down the spine, but for the eternal torment they brought. Those who were hunted by the Furies would feel their punishment in their very souls. The Furies didn't just chase their victims physically, but they would chase them into madness, haunting their dreams, whispering of their crimes, reminding them of the unrepentant stains on their hearts. To face the Furies was to experience the very essence of guilt and shame manifesting as a tangible, suffocating force. The Furies were no mere beasts, they were symbols of the divine law, a law that demanded justice, that demanded atonement for wrongs committed. Their existence was a reminder to the mortals of ancient Greece that no crime would go unpunished, no sin would go unanswered. The gods themselves may have been distant, their actions swift and often capricious, but the Furies were different. They were human in their anger. They were the embodiment of the suffering that followed a betrayal or crime against family, the human bonds that held society together. In one of the most tragic and haunting myths, the Furies were called upon to punish Orestes, the son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. After his mother, Clytemnestra, murdered his father, Orestes returned home and, in turn, killed his mother in a bid for revenge. This act of matricide unleashed the full wrath of the Furies, who pursued him relentlessly, tormenting his mind, his soul, until he could find no peace. They followed him wherever he went, their voices echoing in his ears, their eyes burning with judgment. Orestes was forced into an endless flight, running not only from the Furies, but from his own guilt. The Furies were not just executing punishment, they were the very conscience of Orestes' guilt, the reminder of his crime, the judgment that had been passed on him. It is here, in Orestes' torment, that we see the true power of the Furies. Their role was not simply to enact vengeance, but to act as a moral compass, showing that no crime, no matter how justified, was beyond consequence. In ancient Greek culture, the Furies embodied the idea that justice must be balanced. Orestes' act of revenge was seen as a cycle, a never-ending spiral of violence that must be corrected. The Furies didn't just punish, they were the divine forces that ensured that no one could escape the weight of retribution. They forced Orestes, like all the guilty before him, to confront his own demons, to face the inevitable consequence of his actions. The Furies are not merely tragic figures or instruments of divine punishment, they are also a reflection of the human psyche, our deepest fears, our inner turmoil, our sense of guilt. They represent the part of ourselves that cannot escape the darkness within. The Erinyes' ceaseless pursuit of justice serves as a reminder that there are things we cannot outrun, no matter how far we run or how much we hide from them. The Furies are inescapable, and so is the reckoning that comes with the choices we make. Yet, even in their relentless wrath, the Erinyes are not pure evil. In many ways, they reflect a necessary part of the world's order. The ancient Greeks understood that without consequences, without punishment for the guilt that lies within, there could be no peace. The Furies were a means of restoring balance to the universe, ensuring that wrongdoers paid the price for their actions, that order was maintained in a world ruled by the gods. Their role was not one of revenge for its own sake, but the restoration of justice, ensuring that no one, no matter how powerful or revered, was above the law. They were the enforcers of cosmic law, ensuring that even the gods could not escape the consequences of their actions. The Furies also carry with them the force of inevitability. Their relentless pursuit of justice was a reminder that punishment was not optional, it was essential to the fabric of existence. The Erinyes were, in essence, the reminder that the world had its own system, its own laws, its own balance. The Furies were a terrifying but necessary force in ensuring that the scales of justice were always righted, that the world remained in equilibrium, despite the failings of humanity and the gods. And so, as the Furies slip back into the shadows, their task completed for the moment, they leave behind a trail of torment, a reminder that in the end, justice will always find its way. It will not be swayed by power, by wealth, or by influence. It will hunt down those who believe themselves beyond reach, just as it will hunt down every one of us when our own guilt catches up to us. As the whispers of the Furies fade into the silence, they leave behind something even more terrifying, the knowledge that no crime goes unpunished. No matter how much time passes, no matter how much we try to bury the past, the Furies will always be there, waiting for us to face the consequences of our own choices. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the kind that settles over a battlefield after the last cry has been silenced, the final breath stolen from the living. But in that quiet, something darker stirred, something that clung to the very air, to the blood-soaked earth beneath. It wasn't over, not yet. For amidst the carnage and chaos, there were figures who walked unseen, their footsteps unnoticed, but their presence undeniable. These were the Charis, the spirits of violent death, the relentless harbingers of fate and the final, unyielding end. In Greek mythology, death was not just an abstract concept or a quiet, peaceful journey to the afterlife, it was violent, sudden, and sometimes brutal. It was a fate that no one could escape, no matter their strength, their stature, or their valor. And within this realm of death stood the Cerberus, dark and terrifying spirits who were born from the very essence of mortality, spawned from the mysterious force that controlled death's cruel hand. They were the children of Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night, and they existed to bring about the violent end to those fated to die. Unlike the silent, peaceful guides who might accompany a soul into the afterlife, the Cerberus were creatures of agony, spilling blood and leaving the air heavy with sorrow. Their sole purpose was to carry out the violent deaths of mortals, whether they be warriors struck down in battle or the helpless souls claimed by sickness or fate. They were the reapers, the ones who ensured that no one escaped death's embrace, that no one could outrun the fate that had been decided for them. But there was something different about the Cerberus. Where death's other spirits might have been content to guide a soul quietly to the underworld, the Cerberus reveled in the violence. They were the spirits of carnage, and in that carnage, they took their delight. These spirits were not bound by mercy or sorrow, they were bent on destruction, drawn to the chaos of death in all its forms. They haunted battlefields, slipping between the bodies of the fallen like shadows, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, eager to claim the souls of those whose deaths were written in the stars. When the Greek warriors went to battle, the presence of the Cerberus was felt like a storm on the horizon, inevitable, relentless. They didn't just accompany the warriors into battle, they were born from it. The Cerberus fed off the violence, the frenzy, the terrible moment when death took hold. To face them was to face an enemy that could not be defeated by sword or shield. They were the embodiment of fate, and their presence on the battlefield was the cruel reminder that even the mightiest warriors were ultimately powerless in the face of death. It is said that the Cerberus were drawn to bloodshed, seeking to claim the souls of the dying with terrifying efficiency. As warriors fell around them, their hands would reach out to drag the souls of the fallen into the depths of the underworld, leaving behind a trail of death and desolation. They were harbingers of destiny, and where they walked, life could not survive. In Greek eschatology, the Cerberus' role was not just to take lives, but to symbolize the inexorable nature of fate. They were not gods, nor were they even truly mortal. They were agents of destiny, destined to carry out their work, no matter how horrific it may be. They acted as an embodiment of the harsh truth that fate could not be defied, and death could not be cheated. Every life, no matter how grand or insignificant, had its appointed end, and the Cerberus were the instruments that ensured that no one would be allowed to escape that fate. The Cerberus were not bound by morality, nor were they concerned with the merits or virtues of the lives they claimed. To them, there was no distinction between a just man or a criminal, there was only the inevitable death that awaited every soul. Their presence in Greek mythology served as a reminder that life is fragile, that no matter how much a mortal might resist, they were powerless to escape the will of fate. In the hearts of the ancient Greeks, the Cerberus were both a terror and a truth. They were a reflection of the ancient belief that death is violent, that it strikes without warning, that it does not discriminate. It was not a peaceful transition from life to death, but a sudden, violent end that took shape in the form of these spirits, who would carry the soul away from the living world with cold efficiency. The terror of the Cerberus lies in their presence, the knowledge that no one can evade death, and no one is immune from its reach. Whether it is the warrior struck down on the battlefield or the helpless soul lost to disease, the Cerberus remind us that death is not kind, and we are all fated to die, one way or another. But the Cerberus were also a symbol of the inevitability of fate. In a world that constantly struggled with the concepts of free will and divine control, the Cerberus stood as undeniable proof that fate cannot be avoided. They were the manifestation of the forces beyond mortal control, the dark forces that shaped the destiny of every person. It is said that even the gods themselves could not escape the pull of the Cerberus. There was no divine power that could stop them, no prayers or sacrifices that could delay their hand. The Cerberus, with their twisted forms and insatiable hunger for death, were a reminder that, in the end, everything is governed by forces beyond understanding. Even the greatest of heroes could not outlive their time. The Cerberus would find them, no matter where they tried to hide. No amount of glory or strength could change the inevitable. The symbolism of the Cerberus runs deep. Beneath their monstrous appearances and their thirst for blood, they embody something far more profound, the inescapable truth of mortality, the understanding that no one is immortal, and no one can escape the force of death that looms over every life. The ancient Greeks understood that death would come, not when we wanted or expected it, but when fate deemed it so. The Keres were merely the agents of this force, the final proof that in a world governed by gods, heroes, and kings, it was death that would always have the last word. And when the time came, the Keres would be there, waiting with open arms to claim what was always meant to be theirs. The wind was heavy with the scent of salt and decay, the river's dark waters rippling beneath the faint glow of distant stars. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the soft splash of oars against the water. A figure stood at the helm of a boat, his posture rigid, his eyes distant, like the water he crossed, empty and endless. His name was Charon, and in his hands lay the fate of countless souls. Charon was no ordinary ferryman. He did not carry the living or those who wandered into his domain by accident. He was the keeper of the passage between the worlds of the living and the dead. His was the grim responsibility of ferrying souls across the river Styx, the river that marked the boundary between life and death, between the world of the mortals and the shadowy land of the dead. Only those who had properly paid the toll could be granted passage, no coins, no entry. The toll, a single obol, a small coin, was the price of entry to the underworld. For the ancient Greeks, this coin was more than just a simple form of payment. It was the symbol of the rite of passage that every soul had to undergo after death. Without the coin, there was no journey across the river, there was no escape from the mortal realm. The dead were left to wander the shores of the Styx for eternity, forever denied the peace of the afterlife. And it was Charon who made sure that no one crossed without this final, fateful toll. There were those who feared Charon and the cold indifference with which he carried out his task. To board his boat was to accept the finality of death, to realize that the journey was one that no mortal could escape. Charon's expression was always the same, silent, stoic, and utterly unmoved by the cries of those he ferried. His duty was not to guide, but to transport, and once the journey began, there was no turning back. The souls that entered his boat were a mixture of the mourned and the forgotten. Some were kings, some beggars, some children, some soldiers, each with their own story, their own life that had been snuffed out too soon or too violently. As they sat silently in the boat, there was no comfort to be found in Charon's company. His cold presence, his unfeeling eyes, spoke of the ultimate indifference of death. He did not care who they had been in life, nor did he offer any compassion as he rowed them to their final destination, the land of the dead. Justice and fate, not mercy, guided his hand. Yet, in the silence of the boat's journey, in the undisturbed passage across the Styx, there was an eerie peace. For those who had been properly prepared, who had been laid to rest with the coin to pay the ferryman, the crossing was a necessary part of the cycle. Death, like life, was a journey, one that had to be taken alone, one that was certain for all. And though Charon was the one to ferry them across, it was not his decision when they would leave. He was only the vessel, the means by which souls entered the underworld, their final resting place. But what if a soul could not pay the toll? What then? The Greek myth spoke of this too. If a soul was not able to pay the price, it would be condemned to linger at the shore forever, restless and unsettled. The souls of the unburied, the unhonored, the lost, those who had no coin to cross, were left to wander the banks of the Styx for eternity, denied the peace of the afterlife. In many ways, this was one of the cruelest aspects of Charon's role. He was not the one to decide who deserved to enter the underworld. That was determined by the gods, by the wrongs and rights done in life. Charon simply did what was asked of him, no more, no less. His was the harsh neutrality of a task that could not be avoided. Charon's boat was not a place of rest, nor was it a gentle journey. The crossing was swift and cold, the souls gliding silently over the river's dark waters. And yet, there were times when something would stir in the air. Perhaps it was the restless souls who had been cast adrift by the lack of proper burial, perhaps it was the cries of those who had died too young, too suddenly. The boat moved silently, but the spirits within it would often speak in whispers, sharing tales of their lives, regrets, and fears. Each journey, though it had an inevitable end, was unique. Every soul had its own voice, its own whispers, its own final words. Yet, for all the suffering and sorrow of those he ferried, Charon remained unmoved. His silence was his burden. His boat, though it carried the dead across the river, was the ultimate reminder of what awaited everyone in the end. Death is inevitable, and the toll will always be paid, no matter the wealth, the title, or the fame one had in life. The role of Charon, grim as it may seem, spoke of something deeper in the ancient Greek understanding of death. It was not a force to be feared, but a certainty to be accepted. Charon was, in his own way, a protector of the underworld's order. Through him, the dead were transported to their final resting places, where the gods would decide their fate. The river Styx was not a barrier to life, it was a boundary between two worlds, one where the living carried the burdens of the mortal world and another, where the dead rested in peace or torment, depending on the choices they had made. As Charon's boat faded into the mist, crossing the river that separated the known from the unknown, the souls aboard would reach the end of their journey. They would pass into the realm of Hades, their fate sealed. There was no looking back, no more hope for a second chance. But in the stillness of that crossing, in the finality of the journey, there was a strange, unspoken peace. Charon's task had been completed, and the souls would now meet whatever awaited them on the other side. The ferryman's oars would fall silent, and the river would claim yet another soul for the underworld. The night was suffocating, thick with an almost unbearable stillness. The moon hung low, casting a cold, silver light that barely cut through the shadows, leaving the world bathed in darkness. In the distance, the faint sound of a child's laughter echoed, innocent and carefree. But then, the air shifted, and that laugh turned into a scream that carried with it terror, despair, and something far more sinister. In the shadows, something moved, something hungry. Her name was Lamia, and she was the nightmare that stalked the dark, the creature born from a curse so twisted that it could shatter even the strongest of minds. Lamia had once been a beautiful woman, a queen beloved by all. Her beauty was her curse, as it so often is in the world of Greek mythology. But it was not the jealousy of others that twisted her life into a living hell, it was the jealousy of the gods themselves. Hera, the wife of Zeus, enraged by the love affair between her husband and Lamia, could not bear to see such beauty untouched. In her fury, she cursed Lamia, stripping her of her humanity, turning her into a monster, half woman, half serpent, creature of terror, rejected by both gods and men. Her curse was not a simple one. Lamia was made to suffer, endlessly, for her transgressions, her beauty, her love, her very existence. In a cruel twist, she was given the power to devour children, a hunger that could never be quenched, a hunger that gnawed at her constantly. Yet no matter how many innocent lives she took, it would never end the pain of her transformation, the rage that burned through her veins like fire. She was a creature of fury and sorrow, cursed to roam the dark and seek out the helpless, those who could not defend themselves. Her twisted form, the grotesque mixture of woman and serpent, was a sight so terrifying that even the bravest would flee at the very thought of encountering her. Lamia's hunger was insatiable. The stories tell of her prowling villages at night, creeping through the shadows, seeking out children to devour. But her hunger wasn't just for flesh, it was for revenge, for the pain of a life torn apart by the gods themselves. As she sank her fangs into the soft flesh of her victims, it was not just the blood that she drank, it was the life, the joy, the future of those she took. It was a horrible act, one that seemed to carry with it the echoes of her own despair, the cruelty of a world that had turned its back on her. But in her monstrous form, Lamia was not simply a beast of prey. She was also a reflection of the cruel power that the gods held over mortal lives. In Lamia, the Greeks saw the consequences of angering the gods, of challenging their authority. She was a symbol of their wrath, an embodiment of the devastating power that could be wielded by those who ruled from above. The gods could give life, but they could also take it away, transforming love and beauty into something dark, twisted, and terrifying. In some versions of her story, Lamia was said to be able to remove her eyes, which would grant her a brief respite from the torment of her curse. But even in those moments, she was haunted by the souls of the children she had consumed, tormented by the ever-growing weight of her guilt. She could never escape the pain, the endless suffering that had been wrought by her betrayal of the gods. The eyes were a symbol of the ever-present guilt that gnawed at her, a constant reminder of who she had once been and what she had become. But there was another side to Lamia's myth. In some stories, her monstrous form wasn't just a product of the god's fury, but a reflection of her desperate desire to avenge herself. Her rage was not simply born of loss, it was born of the betrayal she felt at the hands of Zeus and Hera. She had loved deeply, but love had been ripped away from her in the most brutal way possible. In her twisted transformation, she sought revenge, not just on the children she devoured, but on the very concept of love and innocence itself. Her heart was no longer capable of mercy, no longer capable of seeing the world as it had been before her curse. She was the broken reflection of a life that had been torn apart. Lamia's story is one of sorrow and fury, a reminder of how the gods could crush even the noblest of mortals. Her transformation from a queen into a ravenous monster is a tragic tale, and one that resonated deeply with those who believed in the ever-present wrath of the gods. The horrors she wrought were not just physical, they were psychological, the terror that came from knowing that the gods could change your life with a single word, a single action. In this way, Lamia was both a victim and a villain, a creature who had been shaped by the cruel forces that surrounded her. Yet in some versions of the myth, there was a flicker of something else, something human, something that suggested that Lamia was not entirely lost to her monstrous nature. In one story, it is said that she found solace in the love of a man who, for a brief moment, saw beyond her monstrous form. But the gods would not allow her peace. Even in this fleeting instance of happiness, the gods' cruelty followed her, reminding us that no one, not even a creature as tragic as Lamia, could escape their control. For the ancient Greeks, Lamia was a cautionary tale about the dangers of the gods' jealousy, the destructiveness of their power. But her story also speaks to something deeper, the human condition itself. The tragic fall of a queen who became a monster is a powerful metaphor for how people can be broken by the forces around them, how they can be consumed by grief, and how even the deepest love can be turned into something destructive. Lamia's curse was one of monstrous transformation, but it was also one of profound loss and betrayal, emotions that remain universally human. In her, we see the monstrous potential that exists when a heart is broken beyond repair, when the pain of betrayal becomes too great to bear. Lamia was a victim of the gods, yes, but she was also the product of a world that could be as cruel and unforgiving as any monster. The night air was thick with the scent of decay, the kind of smell that clung to the skin and refused to wash away. Beneath the dim light of the moon, the streets seemed empty, eerily empty, as though the very world was holding its breath. There was no rustle of leaves, no hum of insects, just silence, a silence that threatened to swallow everything whole. And then, from the shadows, she emerged. Medusa, her name whispered in fear and trembling, a creature born from the deepest corners of the underworld, from the darkest places where nightmares took form. Medusa was not just a monster, she was a force of nature. In the myth, she was said to be a demonic seductress, a shapeshifter who lured unsuspecting men into her web with the promise of beauty and pleasure. But what lay beneath that beauty was something far more terrifying. She was a creature of hunger, a creature that feasted not on the flesh of the body but on the soul itself. The Greeks spoke of her as a harbinger of death, a woman who would take the form of a beautiful woman to seduce men, only to then transform into something monstrous, something unrecognizable, a hideous nightmare, before draining them of their life force. The way she moved was as though she didn't walk on solid ground. There was a fluidity to her that made her seem almost otherworldly, as if she could slip through the cracks in the world itself. Her appearance was never fixed. Sometimes, she was a stunning woman with glowing skin and hair like molten gold. Other times, she took on the form of a monstrous creature, a woman with the legs of a donkey, a face that was both alluring and horrifying. The impossibility of her form, that ability to shift, to change, to become whatever she wished, was part of what made her so terrifying. In the moments before the transformation, the men who encountered her would be too entranced, too lost in the illusion of beauty to see the monster hiding beneath. They were trapped. Helpless. In their minds, Medusa was not a monster, she was a dream, an irresistible temptation. But in the blink of an eye, that dream would twist into something far darker. Her face would melt away, her body would contort, and the once beautiful figure would become an abomination, a nightmare that would consume them whole. She fed on the life force of men, draining them until they were nothing but husks, their souls taken by the very beauty they had once lusted after. Medusa's hunger was unrelenting, and yet, it was not only the physical toll that she exacted. There was something deeply psychological about her victims' deaths, a torment that gnawed at their sanity long before the final blow. They knew, on some level, that they were being taken by something unnatural, something that didn't belong in the world of men. But they were powerless to resist, seduced by the very essence of their desires, only to find themselves trapped in a cruel, fatal illusion. Yet, Medusa was not the only one of her kind. She was often associated with the Muses, who were said to be her companions, the ones who would call forth her presence to torment those who strayed too far from the path of morality. It was said that Medusa would not appear to the virtuous or the righteous. She came for those whose hearts were full of sin, those who wandered too far into the realm of lust, greed, or gluttony. Medusa was the embodiment of temptation, the kind that promised everything but delivered only destruction. She was the dark side of human nature made flesh, a reminder that desire, unchecked and untempered by virtue, could destroy a person in ways more terrible than death itself. Her transformation from beauty to terror was not just physical, it was a symbol of the betrayal that often accompanies unchecked temptation. The men who fell for her were often consumed by their own lustful desires, ignoring the signs, ignoring the warning that beauty could be a mask. They allowed themselves to be pulled into a world where the line between pleasure and death blurred into nothingness. Medusa didn't just take their lives, she robbed them of their essence, leaving them with nothing but a memory of something they should never have touched. But what about Medusa herself? What drove her to become this seductive, monstrous creature? Some said she was born of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and the night, giving her the powers of magic and transformation. Perhaps it was this divine lineage that made her both feared and revered, a creature whose very existence defied the natural order. Yet, even in her monstrous hunger, there was a sense that Medusa was more than just a predator. She was, in many ways, a reflection of the darkness that lurked inside every human being. The ability to change forms, to disguise one's true nature, to deceive and manipulate, these were not just powers of a demon, but qualities that humans, too, could wield if they allowed their desires to overtake them. Medusa's mythology, when stripped of its terror, begins to reflect the fragility of human nature. It speaks of a darkness that lies beneath the surface, of the danger of falling into the traps that our own desires set for us. She was, in a sense, the embodiment of uncontrollable urges, the very instincts that, when left unchecked, lead people down paths from which they cannot return. Medusa didn't just feed on the flesh of men, she fed on the weaknesses they refused to confront within themselves, their lust, their greed, their lack of restraint. In the end, Medusa was not just a monster from the shadows. She was a lesson, a warning. The line between beauty and terror, between pleasure and pain, is thin, and once crossed, it can never be uncrossed. She represented the eternal struggle between what is desired and what is destructive, the quiet, relentless pull of temptation that could drown even the strongest of wills. In the stories of Medusa, there is no victory, no escape. Only a choice to succumb, or to fight back against the darkness that threatens to swallow the soul whole. And for those who did encounter her, the end was always the same. The life would drain from them, slowly, inexorably, as they were trapped by the illusion of beauty, until nothing was left but an empty shell. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, its mournful cry like the echoes of lost souls. Beneath the cold, unforgiving moonlight, the sea churned violently, crashing against the rocks with a ferocity that matched the storm raging within the hearts of those who dared to venture too close. Far from the shores of the mortal world, beyond the reach of heroes and kings, lived three sisters whose names were whispered in terror and awe. They were the Gorgons, and to speak of them was to speak of death, of fear, of vengeance. Among the three, the names of Steno and Euryale were known, but it was the youngest sister, Medusa, who would come to define the terror of their kind. Yet the bond between the three Gorgons ran deeper than their terrifying forms. It was a bond forged by a shared fate, an unbreakable connection that tied them to a curse that would haunt them through the ages. Steno was the oldest of the Gorgons, the fiercest and most vengeful. Her hair, like her sister's, was a mass of snakes, venomous, squirming serpents that hissed and writhed as though alive with their own malice. Her eyes, cold and unforgiving, were capable of turning any living creature into stone with a single glance. But it was not just her appearance that made her terrifying. It was her rage, a fury that burned within her like a flame that could never be extinguished. She had been cursed by the gods, transformed into a monster, and now she had only one purpose: to destroy, to punish, to turn the world to stone. Steno's very nature was one of violence, a manifestation of the gods' wrath against those who dared to defy them. And she carried that anger with her always, alongside her sisters, in a bond that was both unbreakable and damning. Together, the three Gorgons were a force of nature, a trio of monsters whose mere presence could turn the world dark, whose mere glance could bring death. But Steno's power wasn't just in her ability to petrify with her gaze, it was in the murderous intent that lay behind it, the deep well of hatred that she could channel into every stone she created. Euryale, the second Gorgon, was not as filled with rage as Steno. She was more tragic, a being who had known both beauty and loss. Unlike her sisters, who were consumed by hatred, Euryale retained some semblance of the grace she had once held. Yet her beauty had been lost long ago to the curse that the gods had cast upon them. The transformation had twisted her, just as it had her sisters, but something in her remained, a faint echo of who she had once been. Despite her grief, Euryale was no less dangerous than Steno. Her gaze, like that of her sisters, could turn men to stone, but she carried with her a sorrowful wisdom, a depth of understanding about the curse they had all been forced to endure. Euryale had not always been a monster. She had once known a life before the snakes, before the hideous visage. But that life was long gone, and now, her role in the world was that of an enforcer of the gods, no longer a maiden, but a weapon. Her relationship with Medusa, the youngest of the sisters, was one of protectiveness, though not without its complexities. Euryale was the one who had seen the softness in Medusa, the potential for good that still lingered within her. She had tried, in her own way, to shield Medusa from the worst of the curse, but it was impossible. No one could escape the wrath of the gods forever. Medusa, the most famous of the Gorgons, had once been a beautiful woman, a mortal maiden whose hair shone like spun gold and whose beauty was unrivaled. But her life, like that of her sisters, was shattered by the jealousy of the gods. Athena, in a fit of rage, cursed Medusa, transforming her into a creature so terrifying that even the bravest men would falter before her. Her once beautiful hair became a mass of snakes, her gaze became lethal, and her once gentle heart turned cold and vengeful. Yet, in the depths of Medusa's monstrous form, there was still a faint spark of humanity, a spark that spoke of the woman she had been and the woman she might have become. Medusa's relationship with her sisters was a complicated one. While Steno and Euryale remained bound by their shared curse, Medusa was an outsider among them. Her transformation into a monster had been the most painful, the most personal, for she had been the most innocent, the most pure. Medusa, unlike her sisters, had once known the love of a man, the affection of a mortal lover. But that too had been taken from her when she was cursed by Athena. Her sisters, though monstrous, had no love to lose. They had been twisted by the gods from the start. But Medusa was a woman who had once been loved, and it was that loss that turned her into a monster. Together, the three Gorgons formed a trio of terror, each sister playing a unique role in the larger mythological framework. Steno and Euryale represented the wrath of the gods, the inescapable punishment for those who dared to defy them. They were the eternal enforcers of divine will, the ones who carried out the curses of the gods without question or mercy. Medusa, however, was different. She was not born of pure vengeance. She had been transformed, forced to live as a monster by the gods who had taken everything from her. She represented the fragility of beauty, the way in which even the purest of hearts could be corrupted by divine wrath. But even in their monstrous forms, the Gorgons had a role to play. They were not just monsters, they were symbols of punishment, of the harsh justice that the gods could mete out. Their story was one of tragic fate, of how even the most innocent could be swept up in the chaos of divine wrath. The Gorgons served as a reminder that beauty, power, and innocence could be taken away in the blink of an eye. Their myth was one of loss and revenge, of transformation and despair. Their bond, though twisted and born from a curse, was still a bond. It was a family, bound by the same pain, the same suffering. In the end, the Gorgons were not just monsters, they were the echoes of a world where even the gods could be cruel, where the innocent could be turned into instruments of vengeance, and where the ties that bind sisters together could endure even in the darkest of times. The earth trembled beneath the weight of something ancient, something powerful. A roar echoed through the mountains, a sound so deep, so primal, it seemed to shake the very core of existence. The winds howled as though they were being torn apart, their cries lost to the chaos that was unfolding. The sky, once clear, darkened, as though it too could sense the coming storm. Somewhere far beyond mortal sight, the father of all monsters stirred, Typhon, a force of nature so untamable that even the gods themselves trembled at his name. Born of Gaia, the earth itself, and Tartarus, the darkest pit of the underworld, Typhon was no mere creature, he was a manifestation of the chaos that existed before creation itself. His form was a vision of pure, unrestrained power. His body stretched across the heavens, his wings black as night, capable of blotting out the sun. Heads, dozens of them, each one more terrifying than the last, snaked from his shoulders, each mouth filled with venomous fire, capable of spewing destruction. His eyes burned with a wild, untamable fury, and his voice shook the heavens with a thunderous roar that could rattle even the bravest heart. Typhon was no simple monster. He was chaos incarnate, the very essence of what existed before the gods had ordered the world. The primordial force of destruction, of change, of what happens when the forces of the world are not in balance. He was a challenge to the very idea of order, a force that could tear apart the fabric of reality itself. The gods of Olympus knew this well, and they feared him. For Typhon was more than just a creature, he was a symbol of what the gods had tried so desperately to keep at bay, the uncontrollable, the unrelenting forces of nature, of violence, of disorder. But it was not always so. Before Typhon rose up to challenge the gods, there was peace, at least, peace by the gods' standards. Zeus, ruler of the heavens, had already defeated the Titans and established his reign. The Olympians had carved out their dominion in the cosmos, their order intact. Yet there was something simmering, something deep within the earth that was not yet finished, something that was bound to rise again. Typhon's birth was the final act in a long, tangled web of cosmic struggle. His mother, Gaia, was enraged by the defeat of her Titan children and sought to take vengeance. It was from this fury that Typhon emerged, a creature so terrible that he could make the gods themselves quake. His very existence was an act of rebellion, a declaration of war against the Olympians, against the order they had imposed upon the world. When Typhon first appeared, it was clear that he was not like the monsters that had come before him. His strength was unparalleled, his power a force of nature that even the gods could scarcely comprehend. Zeus, the mightiest of the Olympians, stood as the last line of defense. The battle that ensued between Typhon and Zeus was not just a clash of power, it was the battle between order and chaos itself. The earth shook beneath their feet as Typhon raged against Zeus, his head snapping, his breath hot and heavy with fire. The gods, watching from their heavenly thrones, could do nothing but pray that their champion, their king, would prevail. And for a time, it seemed as though Typhon might win. The air around him crackled with the force of his fury, and the gods cowered at the sheer power he wielded. But Zeus was no ordinary god. With a roar that split the sky, he summoned the power of thunder and lightning, casting them at Typhon with all his might. The storm grew violent as the two powers clashed, a titanic struggle that seemed to shake the very heavens. Typhon, undeterred, retaliated, his fiery breath and crushing limbs striking back at the sky. It was a battle that would last for days, the heavens darkening as the forces of nature collided. The very earth began to crumble beneath Typhon's wrath, and the seas were torn asunder. The gods, watching in horror, saw that this battle was not just about power, it was about survival. If Typhon were to win, it would mean the end of the world as they knew it. In the end, it was Zeus who triumphed. With a final, blinding strike, he brought Typhon to his knees. But even as Typhon fell, his influence did not vanish. The chaos that he had unleashed upon the earth would continue to manifest in the form of natural disasters, storms, earthquakes, and fires. It was as if the earth itself could not forget the power of the monster who had nearly undone the gods. Typhon was cast into Tartarus, his body buried beneath mountains that the gods themselves had created to contain his fury. And yet, his spirit remained. The earth would never again be the same, for Typhon's legacy lived on in every earthquake, in every volcanic eruption, and every storm that ravaged the land. Typhon was the father of monsters, yes, but he was also the embodiment of chaos, the force that could not be tamed, the force that reminded the gods, and all who dwelled on the earth, that order was never truly permanent. The world was a fragile thing, always on the edge of destruction. Typhon's symbolism was clear. He was the embodiment of unrestrained power, the natural world in all its violent, unpredictable beauty. He represented the forces that could not be controlled, no matter how much the gods tried to impose their will upon the world. Typhon was not just a monster, he was a warning, a reminder that the earth, the sky, and the sea were forces beyond the reach of even the gods. His battle with Zeus was not simply a contest of power, it was a struggle for control over the natural world, a reminder that even the gods could be overthrown, that the balance of the world could be disrupted in an instant. And though he was defeated, Typhon was not forgotten. His legacy lived on in the storms that ravaged the earth, in the earthquakes that shattered the ground, and in the fires that burned the forests. For chaos was always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it could rise again. In the end, Typhon was more than just a creature of myth. He was a force of nature, a reminder of the dark, uncontrollable power that existed in the world, a power that could never be fully subdued. Even in his defeat, he left an imprint on the world that would never be erased. The gods had won, but chaos had not been vanquished. It was a lesson that would endure throughout time, one that would echo in the hearts of all who lived beneath the sky. There was a time when the very skies themselves seemed to hold their breath, and the earth whispered of creatures both magnificent and terrifying. Among the many legends that swirled through ancient Greece and the Near East, one figure stood above the rest, a creature of such awe-inspiring power and grace that to encounter it was said to be both a blessing and a warning. The Griffin. A creature whose body was that of a lion, the king of beasts, and the head and wings of an eagle, the king of birds, the griffin was more than just a myth. It was a symbol of might, a being whose very presence commanded reverence. The lion represented the earthly strength, the ferocity that could conquer all in its path, while the eagle's wings spoke of freedom, of soaring above the clouds, of the divine protection of the heavens. In the griffin, these two mighty creatures were fused, creating a symbol of dual power, terrestrial strength and celestial dominion. In the ancient world, the griffin was not merely a fantastical being to be whispered about in taverns and temples. It was a creature of great significance, a creature whose image adorned the walls of palaces, the tombs of kings, and the sacred halls of the gods. Its wings spread wide across countless works of art, its piercing gaze fixed on the horizon, guarding treasures and secrets alike. This hybrid beast represented the protection of something far greater than any single individual. It was a guardian of the divine, a sentinel over the riches of the earth, and a protector of royal authority. Its roots stretched deep into the ancient cultures of the Near East, from Persia to Egypt, where it was revered not just as a mythical creature but as a symbol of power. The griffin's presence on Egyptian tombs, in particular, spoke of its importance to the pharaohs, who believed it to be a divine protector, one who could shield them from evil spirits and guide their souls into the afterlife. Its image was often found carved into the stones of tombs, watching over the dead as they journeyed into the next life. In the world of Greek mythology, however, the griffin's role took on a slightly different meaning. It was not just a guardian of kings or tombs, it was a creature of the gods. The griffin was said to be the faithful steed of Apollo, the god of the sun, and to carry out his will across the sky, ensuring that his light and warmth reached all corners of the world. Apollo's griffin was a symbol of divine authority, representing the heavens' desire to maintain balance between earth and sky. But it wasn't only the gods who recognized the griffin's power. Mortals, too, were drawn to its image. The ancient Greeks and their neighbors saw in the griffin the perfect fusion of strength and wisdom, qualities they sought to embody in their own lives. Its representation in art was both awe-inspiring and humbling. Whether depicted soaring through the clouds or perched upon the craggy cliffs of a distant mountain, the griffin was always shown in a pose of dominance, its gaze both penetrating and watchful. In Greek art, the griffin was often linked to the sacred, seen as a guardian of temples, treasures, and the mysteries of the divine. Its role as a protector of sacred spaces made it a fitting companion to those who sought to maintain order in the world. Its fierce, protective nature mirrored the way the Greeks viewed their gods, as rulers of both the heavens and the earth, and as defenders of the natural balance of things. But perhaps the most striking feature of the griffin was its role in symbolizing power itself. While many creatures in mythology represented specific aspects of life, love, death, fertility, the griffin represented something more abstract, more universal. It was the embodiment of the divine right to rule, of the natural order that favored strength and wisdom above all. Kings and rulers would use the image of the griffin on their coins, shields, and thrones, hoping to invoke its power as they led their people through times of war and peace. Its very form seemed to speak of imperial authority, of a ruler who commanded not only the land but the very heavens above it. The symbolism of the griffin extended far beyond just the Greeks and the Near East, reaching across cultures and centuries. In medieval Europe, for instance, the griffin's image was used to represent noble houses, those who claimed to rule with the strength of a lion and the wisdom of an eagle. The griffin's wings were depicted as a sign of protection, the fierce claws and the eagle's sharp gaze a reminder that no enemy, mortal or divine, would dare approach those who were guarded by this mighty creature. But there was a deeper truth that lay hidden beneath the griffin's physical might. For all its strength, it was also a creature of incredible balance. The lion's ferocity, the eagle's vision, these were not simply qualities of power and destruction. They were qualities of protection and judgment, of a being that could not only defend, but also see beyond the surface of things. The griffin's gaze was never focused on just one thing. It saw both the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth below, and in that sense, it symbolized the unification of opposites, the harmony between the physical and the divine, the known and the unknown. It was a creature that could both destroy and defend, a perfect balance of dualities that made it a symbol of cosmic order. In a world where heroes and gods were constantly battling the forces of chaos, the griffin stood as a reminder that balance, in the natural world, in the heavens, and within ourselves, was the key to ultimate power. The myth of the griffin, though told in many forms across cultures, remained remarkably consistent in its central theme, the balance of strength, wisdom, and protection. Whether it was guarding the treasures of kings, protecting the souls of the dead, or soaring high above the earth, the griffin was never just a monster, it was a creature of purpose, a symbol of the natural world's deep and unspoken wisdom. And as long as its image was carved into stone, woven into fabric, and painted upon walls, the griffin would continue to be a reminder to all who looked upon it of the power that came from balance, and of the protection that true strength could offer to those who were worthy of it. The sky was darkened by the beating of thousands of wings, each flap echoing like the distant sound of a storm about to break. It was not the wind that stirred the air, but something far more sinister, something that sent a chill through the bones of anyone who dared to look up. These were no ordinary birds, these were the Stymphalian birds. Their eyes gleamed with hunger, their sharp beaks thirsting for blood. Their feathers were like steel, capable of piercing through armor, their cries shrill enough to cause madness. In the ancient world, where every creature, every god, and every event had a meaning far deeper than what was seen on the surface, these birds were a symbol of something far darker, pestilence and destruction. The Stymphalian birds were born from the swampy, stagnant waters of Lake Stymphalia, a place where the air was thick with decay and the earth itself seemed to rot beneath your feet. The birds were said to be born from Ares, the god of war, who had cursed them with a hunger that could never be satisfied. It was as if they were meant to be the very embodiment of plague, a weapon of endless destruction that spread chaos wherever they flew. The terror they invoked was not just the fear of their sharp claws or venomous beaks, but the widespread disease and famine that followed in their wake. These birds were more than just monstrous beasts, they were agents of ruin, sent to devastate the land, destroy crops, and bring suffering to the people. Their numbers were endless, and they swarmed in such great masses that they could darken the skies and blot out the sun itself. The ground below them became desolate, stripped of life, as the creatures descended like locusts upon the earth. But it wasn't just their destructive nature that made them so terrifying. It was the way they embodied the unrelenting forces of nature, forces that seemed unknowable and untouchable, like the storms that swept across the land or the plague that could strike without warning. The Stymphalian birds were a reminder of how fragile life could be, of how quickly the world could shift from peace to chaos, from abundance to ruin. Enter Heracles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, tasked with his sixth labor, to rid the land of the Stymphalian birds. For many, this labor seemed an impossible task. How could one man take on a horde of such vicious creatures, creatures that seemed both indestructible and untamable? It wasn't just a physical battle, but a battle of endurance, will, and wit. Heracles had already faced numerous challenges. He had slain the Nemean lion, captured the golden hind, and wrestled with the fearsome Hydra. But the Stymphalian birds were different. They weren't creatures of flesh and bone to be slain with strength alone. They were chaos-made flesh, an impossible adversary for any mortal to confront. With his bow and arrow, Heracles stood alone against the overwhelming swarm, the wind roaring in his ears, the earth beneath him shaking with each beat of the bird's wings. But it was no ordinary weapon that would bring him victory. For this battle, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, took pity on the hero and gave him a pair of bronze castanets, a gift that would allow him to create a sound so loud it would send the birds into a frenzy. Heracles struck the castanets together, and the sound that erupted was deafening. The birds, startled and confused by the noise, were driven into chaos, scattering in every direction. In the confusion, Heracles seized the opportunity. With quick, precise aim, he fired his arrows at the now distracted birds. Their numbers, once overwhelming, began to dwindle. The once imposing swarm, which had threatened to consume everything in its path, was now nothing more than a scattered group of panicked creatures. One by one, Heracles brought the Stymphalian birds to their end, until finally, the skies were clear once more, and the land below was free from their devastating presence. The symbolism of the Stymphalian birds was not lost on the ancient Greeks. These birds were more than just a challenge for their hero. They represented the chaos of nature, the unpredictability of disaster, and the devastation that could be wrought by forces beyond human control. Just as the winds could carry a storm, and the seas could swallow entire ships, so too could the birds bring an endless plague of destruction. They were a reminder that the forces of nature could never be tamed or fully understood. Like pestilence itself, they arrived without warning, ravaging everything in their path before disappearing as mysteriously as they had come. But as with all of Heracles' labors, the defeat of the Stymphalian birds also carried a deeper moral lesson. Heracles didn't win this battle through brute strength alone. He relied on wisdom, strategy, and the help of the gods to accomplish the impossible. The battle against the Stymphalian birds was a test of more than just physical endurance. It was a test of how one could navigate the overwhelming forces of the world, forces that were as unpredictable and dangerous as the birds themselves. The myth of the Stymphalian birds also carried with it a historical interpretation, one that reflected the struggles of the ancient Greek world. The birds, like the plagues and natural disasters that occasionally ravaged their lands, were a reminder of how fragile civilization was. In a world that seemed to be at the mercy of forces beyond human control, the defeat of the Stymphalian birds symbolized mankind's ability to overcome even the most impossible of challenges. Just as Heracles had triumphed, so too could the Greek people face their own trials, armed not just with strength, but with wisdom and resilience. The Stymphalian birds were a terrifying image, a metaphor for the ever-present threats of the world, from disease to disaster. Yet, through Heracles' victory, the myth served as a reminder of hope, of the possibility of survival and triumph, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The birds may have been born of chaos, but they were not invincible. Even in the darkest of times, there was always a chance to fight back, to reclaim what had been lost, and to restore balance to a world teetering on the edge of destruction. The air was thick with the electric charge of a storm about to break, the clouds swirling with an intensity that could only be matched by the pulse of the earth beneath. And then, from the darkness above, a single creature emerged, its wings beating with an unmistakable rhythm that sent the heavens into motion. Pegasus, the immortal winged horse, soared across the sky, a creature that seemed to defy all laws of nature. His powerful wings sliced through the air, catching the wind and carrying him to places where mortals could only dream of traveling. Pegasus was no mere animal. He was a symbol of freedom, of the boundless spirit that refused to be contained. A creature of both grace and power, he was born from the blood of Medusa, slain by Perseus. As the hero cut off her head, the blood that spilled forth gave birth to two beings, Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant. But it was Pegasus who became a legend in his own right, destined to become a creature that would be forever tied to the gods, the heroes, and the very fabric of Greek mythology itself. The mythology of winged horses was not unique to Pegasus. In the vast tapestry of ancient stories, there were other creatures that shared this ethereal quality, horses that could soar through the skies, bridging the gap between the mortal realm and the divine. But Pegasus stood apart, as he was not just a symbol of noble steeds or royal beasts, he represented the eternal pursuit of greatness. In the myth of Bellerophon, the hero who tamed Pegasus, there was a deeper meaning that lay in their bond. Bellerophon, though born of mortal parents, was destined for something greater. He was a man who sought to prove himself worthy of the gods. When he was able to tame Pegasus with the help of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, he was no longer just a hero. He became a symbol of the human spirit's ambition, a spirit that refused to be confined to the limits of the earth. His journey was one that transcended mortal boundaries, and with Pegasus at his side, he sought to defeat the Chimera, the fire-breathing monsters that threatened the land. But the story of Pegasus, and of all winged horses, was not just about the conquest of beasts and foes. These creatures represented something far deeper, something spiritual and profound. The act of flying, of soaring above the clouds, was a metaphor for freedom, for the liberation of the human soul from the mundane struggles of daily life. In the ancient Greek world, where life was often uncertain, where wars and disasters were a constant threat, the sight of a winged horse could lift the spirits of those who looked up and reminded them that there was always a way to rise above, to reach for something higher, something greater. As the myth of Bellerophon unfolded, so too did the tragic fall of the hero. Though he had achieved greatness by riding Pegasus, his pride and ambition led him to attempt to fly to Mount Olympus itself, the home of the gods. But the gods, in their divine wisdom, did not look favorably upon such arrogance. Zeus, in his anger, sent a gadfly to sting Pegasus, causing the horse to buck Bellerophon off. The hero fell from the sky, landing in the plains below, forever to live in shame. Pegasus, on the other hand, remained unharmed and continued to soar across the heavens, eventually finding a place among the stars, as a constellation, an eternal reminder of what it meant to be free, to fly, and to rise above the limitations of the earth. This myth was a lesson, a reminder that with great power came great responsibility. Pegasus was the embodiment of the potential to reach great heights, but his flight was also a cautionary tale. Those who sought to ride too high, to reach for the divine without understanding the consequences, were destined to fall. Hubris, the ancient Greeks believed, was the ultimate sin, a sin that could bring even the greatest of heroes down from their perch. And yet, even in the wake of Bellerophon's fall, Pegasus remained a symbol of hope. He did not fall with his rider. He did not succumb to the mistakes of the mortal world. Instead, he soared into the heavens, forever untouched by the flaws of humankind. His wings were the wings of the divine, untarnished by mortal ambition, a reminder that there was always something higher to reach for, something greater to strive toward. Pegasus became more than just a mythological creature. He was a legacy, an emblem of the power of the imagination and the spirit. For generations, the image of the winged horse would inspire countless artists, poets, and philosophers who saw in him a reflection of their own desire for transcendence, for the dream of rising above the limitations of the world around them. In the centuries that followed, Pegasus continued to inspire. The idea of a winged horse evolved, taking on many forms and meanings in different cultures, but always maintaining that core symbolism, the freedom to fly, to transcend, to break free of the confines of the earth. Whether in literature, art, or even in modern popular culture, Pegasus would forever be etched in the collective imagination as the ultimate symbol of possibility, of the boundless potential that existed in the hearts of those who dared to dream. But perhaps the most poignant aspect of Pegasus' story was his legacy, his enduring presence in the stars. The constellation of Pegasus, stretching across the night sky, serves as a constant reminder to all who look up that the sky is not the limit. There is always more to reach for, always more to discover, always more to become. Even after the heroes of old have faded into myth and legend, the wings of Pegasus continue to beat, unseen but ever present, guiding those who still dare to dream. The winged horses of Greek mythology were not just creatures of myth, they were emblems of the human spirit, urging all who encountered them to reach for the sky, to rise above, and to never stop chasing the impossible. And so, when the winds stir and the clouds gather, it is said that if you listen closely, you might just hear the faintest sound of wings, beating through the air, carrying with them the hope of something greater. Something that, like Pegasus, can never be fully contained. They were creatures that moved like the wind, half man, half horse, with the strength of a beast and the wildness of untamed nature. The centaurs roamed the forests and mountains of ancient Greece, their powerful legs thundering across the earth as they galloped freely, seemingly untethered by the laws that governed both gods and men. But these wild beings, neither fully divine nor fully mortal, were more than just fearsome creatures of the wilderness. They embodied a contradiction, a collision of two worlds, the civilized and the savage, the rational and the primal. At first glance, a centaur appeared to be nothing more than a strange creature, a freak of nature with the body of a horse and the torso and head of a man. Yet, it was this very contradiction that made them so captivating. They were creatures of the wild, known for their recklessness and untamed nature, yet they could also possess great wisdom and noble qualities. The myths of centaurs reflect this duality, as they could embody both the best and the worst of human nature. Some centaurs were wise and just. Think of Chiron, the most famous and revered of all the centaurs. Unlike his brethren, who were often depicted as unruly and violent, Chiron was known for his gentleness, his healing powers, and his knowledge of the arts and medicine. He was the tutor of many great heroes, including Asclepius, the god of healing, and Achilles, the greatest of the Greek warriors. Chiron's wisdom and compassion made him a beloved figure, revered not only by mortals but also by the gods. He stood as a symbol of the higher potential of the centaur, showing that even beings born of wildness could have hearts that beat with nobility and wisdom. But the story of the centaurs was not always so idealistic. The majority of them were far from the image of the wise, noble figure that Chiron represented. More often than not, the centaurs were portrayed as a symbol of chaos and violence. In many myths, they were depicted as creatures who could not control their instincts, particularly when it came to alcohol and anger. The most infamous example of this wild nature was the centaur rebellion at the wedding of Pirithous and Hippodamia. The centaur wedding feast quickly turned into a scene of chaos when the centaurs, driven mad by drink, attempted to abduct the bride and other women. What followed was a brutal and bloody battle, as the guests, including many of the greatest Greek heroes, fought to drive the centaurs back. The incident, known as the Centauromachy, became a symbol of the eternal conflict between civilization and savagery, order and chaos. The centaurs, unable to control their impulses, became a mirror of the dark side of human nature, a side that could be driven by passion, rage, and a thirst for destruction. Yet, even in their wildness, there was a strange beauty to the centaurs. They were not monsters in the traditional sense, they were beings who represented the untamed forces of nature, forces that could either create or destroy, depending on the circumstances. In their most noble form, they were protectors of the wild places, guardians of forests and mountains. In their most destructive form, they were reminders of the dangers of uncontrolled desire and the loss of reason. Centaurs were often portrayed as both menacing and tragic. They were figures caught between two worlds, the world of the civilized human and the world of the untamed beast. This dual nature made them endlessly fascinating and symbolic in Greek mythology. They were the ultimate contradiction, beings who represented both the strength of the horse and the intellect of the human, both the nobility of the gods and the chaos of the natural world. And it was in their wildness, and their ability to both destroy and protect, that the true essence of the centaur was found. In the end, the story of the centaur serves as a reminder that the lines between the civilized and the wild are not always as clear as they seem. Even the most noble of creatures can have a dark side, and even the most savage can possess a glimmer of something higher. The centaurs, in all their complexity, remind us that human nature is not one thing or another. It is both light and dark, rational and irrational, always in tension with itself. It is the struggle between these two sides that makes the centaur myth so timeless and powerful, a story that continues to echo through the ages, reminding us of the delicate balance between order and chaos, between what we have tamed and what we have yet to understand. In the shadowy groves where wildflowers bloomed and the scent of earth mingled with the tang of ripe fruit, there came a sound, a melody played on flutes and pipes, accompanied by laughter that rang like bells in the night air. The satyrs and Sileni danced there, weaving through the trees with an abandon that no mortal could match. They were creatures of wild joy, their eyes alight with mischief, their bodies moving with animalistic grace, caught forever in the ecstasy of freedom. But beneath their laughter, there was something more, a darker, untamed energy that spoke of desires unbound and the dangerous allure of casting off restraint. The satyrs, with their goat-like legs, pointed ears, and mischievous grins, were creatures of chaos and indulgence, living embodiments of the wild urges that humans worked so hard to suppress. They were woodland spirits, roaming the forests and hillsides, delighting in music, dancing, and the pleasures of the flesh. They had no interest in rules or boundaries, no care for the expectations of society. To a satyr, life was meant to be lived in excess, with every sensation savored to its fullest. Their laughter was infectious, but their antics often teetered on the edge of danger. They were known to mock gods and mortals alike, to play tricks that left people bewildered and lost in the woods. Their appetites were insatiable, for wine, for music, for pleasure. Yet, they were not entirely cruel. They did not seek to harm, but rather to unleash the wild, untamed part of humanity that civilization tried so hard to keep chained. Their kinship with Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and madness, made them even more formidable. Dionysus, who himself walked the fine line between divinity and madness, saw in the satyrs kindred spirits. They accompanied him on his wild processions, spreading ecstasy and chaos wherever they went. They played their pipes, drank deeply from overflowing goblets, and laughed in the face of decorum. The satyrs were agents of liberation, but also of destruction. For every joyous celebration they inspired, there was the danger that the revelry could spiral into violence and madness. They represented the part of human nature that yearns to break free from societal constraints, the part that longs to throw off the burden of responsibility, to drink deeply from life's cup without care for the consequences. But freedom, as the Greeks knew all too well, came at a price. Alongside the satyrs were the Sileni, their older and often wiser counterparts. While satyrs were reckless and impulsive, the Sileni were more reflective, though no less wild. The most famous of the Sileni was Silenus, an ancient figure who served as a mentor and companion to Dionysus. Silenus was a creature of contradictions. He was often depicted as a drunken old man, stumbling and slurring his words, yet his drunkenness masked a deep, ancient wisdom. In some myths, Silenus was sought out by mortals and gods alike for his prophetic knowledge. He would only speak his truths when thoroughly intoxicated, his riddles and stories revealing profound truths about life and death, about the nature of existence itself. But his wisdom came with a price. One of his most famous sayings, shared in different variations across Greek texts, is the best thing for man is never to have been born. The second best is to die quickly. Beneath the joy of the satyrs and Sileni, there was always a lurking shadow, a reminder that life's pleasures were fleeting, that chaos and freedom could easily turn to despair. The symbolism of the satyrs and Sileni was not lost on the Greeks. They understood that these creatures embodied the untamed forces of nature and humanity, the desire for freedom, the urge to indulge, the temptation to cast off all restraints and live fully in the moment. The Greeks both feared and admired these creatures, recognizing that within themselves, too, was that same tension between restraint and wildness, between order and chaos. The satyrs, with their goatish features, were a reminder of animal instincts that still lingered in human hearts: the pull of lust, the urge to flee from responsibility, the longing to lose oneself in a moment of pleasure. The Sileni, though older and wiser, were no less bound to this wild spirit, their wisdom tempered by the realization that life itself was a fleeting, often tragic dance. Satyrs and Sileni found their way into art and literature, their images carved into the sides of drinking cups and painted on the walls of banquet halls. They became symbols of hedonism, of the delicate balance between joy and self-destruction. Their wild dances and raucous laughter were echoed in the theater, particularly in the satyr plays that followed tragic performances. These plays, full of lewd humor and wild antics, served as a reminder that even in the face of tragedy, there was still room for laughter and release. But that release, like the satyrs themselves, was always fleeting. For the Greeks, the satyrs and Sileni were more than mere characters in a story. They were mirrors, reflecting the parts of human nature that were difficult to confront, the desires we suppress, the freedoms we long for but fear to grasp. They reminded people that there was always a part of them that yearned to break free, to cast aside rules and dance wildly in the moonlight. But they also reminded them of the cost of unchecked indulgence, the descent into madness, the loss of self-control, the danger of becoming consumed by one's own desires. In their connection to Dionysus, the satyrs and Sileni gained a divine purpose. They were not just wild spirits, but part of a larger truth about the human experience. Dionysus, with his dual nature as both god of joy and god of madness, embodied the tension that defined the satyrs. They could bring ecstasy and freedom, but also chaos and ruin. Perhaps that is why their stories endure, because they speak to something eternal within us all. The desire to break free, to revel in life's pleasures, to throw off the chains of responsibility and simply be. But, as the Greeks knew, freedom must always be tempered with wisdom. Otherwise, we risk becoming like the satyrs themselves, wild, reckless, and lost in the dark woods of our own making. And somewhere in those woods, you can still hear their laughter echoing through the trees. A reminder that freedom is never far away, but neither is chaos. It is said that deep in the wild lands where shadows stretch long over cracked earth, a creature lurks with a body that defies nature itself. The Minotaur. A beast that walks on powerful lion's legs, with a blood-red mane framing a human-like face. Its eyes are dark pools of malice, and from its back arches a scorpion's tail, tipped with venom sharp enough to fell an entire army. The sound of its approach is marked by the unnerving clash of iron-like claws against stone and the low growl that rumbles deep within its chest, a growl that warns of something ancient, something unnatural. The Minotaur is more than just a monster. It is a nightmare given form, a creature born from the darkest corners of the mind, where fear festers and grows. The Greeks spoke of it with hushed voices, its very name invoking shivers down the spine. To encounter a Minotaur meant certain death, for this beast did not merely kill, it devoured. Flesh, bones, even the very soul of its victim, consumed in one grotesque act of gluttony. Legends say the Minotaur originated in Persia, its name meaning man-eater. The Greeks adopted the myth, weaving it into their tapestry of monsters. Unlike other beasts that had specific lairs or favored hunting grounds, the Minotaur was said to roam freely, a wandering terror that left villages abandoned and landscapes barren in its wake. It stalked its prey with the cunning of a human mind and the ferocity of a wild animal, a deadly combination that made it nearly impossible to evade. Some myths describe the Minotaur as a silent hunter, moving through the forests like a shadow, leaving no trace but the sudden disappearance of those who crossed its path. Others claim it had a voice, a haunting melody that lured victims into its grasp, much like the sirens of the sea. But unlike the sirens, whose songs spoke of longing and temptation, the Minotaur's voice was said to be a mockery of humanity, mimicking the cries of loved ones or the desperate pleas of those it had already slain. Its lion's body symbolized strength and power, its human face a grotesque parody of intelligence, and its scorpion's tail a reminder of its lethal nature. Each part of the manticore represented something unnatural, something wrong, an impossible combination that defied the natural order. In some tales, travelers were warned to look for the telltale signs of a manticore's presence: bones stripped clean, claw marks gouged deep into stone, and the eerie silence that fell over the land when the beast was near. Animals would flee before it, sensing the danger that humans, in their arrogance, often ignored. And when the manticore struck, it was swift and merciless. Its tail whipped with deadly precision, launching venomous barbs that pierced armor and flesh alike. The poison spread quickly, paralyzing its victim before death claimed them. Yet, for all its brutality, the manticore was not a mindless beast. Some stories speak of it as a guardian of forbidden knowledge, a creature that protected the secrets of the gods or the entrance to a hidden realm. To defeat the manticore was to prove oneself worthy of those secrets, but few ever survived such a confrontation. The heroes who faced it either perished or returned broken, their minds haunted by the memory of the creature's gaze, a gaze that seemed to peer into the very depths of one's soul. But why did the Greeks fear the manticore so deeply? Perhaps it was because the beast symbolized the danger of excess, the unrestrained appetites and desires that, if left unchecked, could consume a person entirely. The manticore's insatiable hunger was more than just a literal craving for flesh. It represented the greed and lust that lurked within every human heart, the dark urges that, when given free rein, could destroy both the self and the world around them. The manticore also embodied the fear of the unknown. Unlike other creatures that were tied to specific myths or regions, the manticore was a wanderer, a beast without boundaries. It could appear anywhere, at any time. There was no predicting its movements, no bargaining with it. It was a reminder that some dangers cannot be anticipated or controlled, a truth that haunted the minds of those who lived on the fringes of civilization, where the wild world pressed in from all sides. In some variations of the myth, the manticore was said to be invincible, immune to weapons of mortal men. Its hide was impenetrable, its tail unstoppable. Only through cunning and cleverness could a hero hope to defeat it. One tale speaks of a wise king who lured the manticore into a trap, using its own arrogance against it. But even then, the victory was bittersweet. The king, though celebrated for his cunning, was forever haunted by the beast's final scream, a sound that echoed in his mind long after the creature was slain. The manticore was more than just a predator, it was a test. A test of courage, of wits, of morality. To face the manticore was to confront the darkest parts of oneself, the hunger for power, the lust for control, the fear of death. It was a reminder that monsters do not always come from the outside. Sometimes, they are born within. The Greeks, ever mindful of balance and moderation, saw the manticore as a warning. It was the embodiment of unrestrained desires, the consequences of a life lived without limits. The manticore's human face was a mockery, a reflection of what humans could become if they gave in to their basest instincts. But it also carried a lesson that even the most terrifying of beasts could be defeated with wisdom and restraint. The manticore was a symbol of chaos, yes, but it was also a reminder that control and discipline were the keys to survival in a world filled with dangers, both seen and unseen. And yet, there is a lingering unease in every tale of the manticore. For while the beast may be slain in myth, its spirit, the hunger, the chaos, the darkness, lives on. It waits, lurking in the shadows of human nature, ready to strike the moment we let our guard down. In the heart of a sunlit desert, where the sands shimmer like molten gold and the sky stretches endlessly in hues of burning orange, there rises a single cry, a piercing, otherworldly sound. It is both a song of sorrow and triumph, a lament for the past and a hymn to what is yet to come. From the ashes, the phoenix rises. Flames dance along its brilliant feathers, a dazzling display of reds, golds, and fiery oranges. Its wings, vast and powerful, cut through the sky with the grace of a creature that knows no boundaries. The bird soars high, toward the blazing sun, unafraid of its searing heat, for the phoenix is the embodiment of life, death, and rebirth. It lives by fire, dies by fire, and is reborn through the very flames that consume it. This is no ordinary creature of myth. The phoenix is a symbol of hope, a reminder that from even the darkest moments, life can rise anew. The ancient Greeks spoke of the phoenix with awe and reverence. They believed that it lived for centuries, some say 500 years, others claim 1,000. But what all tales agree upon is that when the phoenix's time comes, it does not fade quietly into death. No, the phoenix chooses its end. In a burst of flames, it ignites its own body, reducing itself to a pile of smoldering ashes. And from those ashes, a new phoenix emerges, youthful, radiant, and it is a cycle as old as time itself. The phoenix reminds us that nothing is ever truly lost. Destruction paves the way for renewal, and endings are merely beginnings in disguise. But the process is not without pain. To be reborn, one must first burn. The phoenix's story has been passed down through countless generations, its meaning shifting with the ages. For the Greeks, it represented immortality and divine renewal. They saw in the phoenix a reflection of the sun's daily cycle, rising in the morning, burning fiercely at noon, and dying each evening, only to return again the next dawn. But beyond cosmic symbolism, the phoenix also spoke to something deeply personal. It spoke to the human spirit, to the resilience that allows people to rise from their lowest points and rebuild. When cities were razed by war, when families were torn apart by tragedy, when hope seemed lost, the phoenix reminded them that rebirth was possible. That even from devastation, there could be beauty and life once more. One of the most famous myths involving the phoenix comes from Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian. He described the phoenix as a magnificent bird from Egypt, with plumage of gold and crimson. According to his account, when the phoenix felt the end of its life approaching, it would fly to the temple of the sun god Ra in Heliopolis. There, it would build a nest of fragrant herbs and spices, myrrh, cinnamon, frankincense, and set itself aflame. After the fire consumed the bird, a young phoenix would rise from the ashes and, gathering the remains of its predecessor, carry them to Heliopolis to be buried in a sacred urn. This act was more than a death ritual, it was a reaffirmation of life's eternal cycle. The phoenix is not just a creature of death and rebirth. It is a creature of fire. The Greeks knew that fire was both destructive and transformative. It could reduce a forest to ash, but it could also purify, forge weapons, and bring warmth and light. The phoenix, like fire, holds both creation and destruction within itself. But fire, too, is dangerous. The phoenix's flames are a reminder that renewal comes with pain. The old self must be consumed for the new self to rise. It is a painful process, one that requires letting go of what no longer serves you, shedding the past, and stepping into the unknown. There is another side to the phoenix that is often forgotten, its loneliness. The phoenix is unique, the only one of its kind. It has no mate, no family. It lives through centuries, watching the world change, knowing that it alone will endure. Each time it rises from the ashes, it is reborn into solitude. Yet, there is something deeply powerful in its self-reliance. The phoenix does not need others to ensure its survival. It is self-sustaining, capable of renewing itself without any external help. This solitude is both its curse and its strength, a poignant reminder that true transformation comes from within. The phoenix's influence can be seen far beyond Greek mythology. It has appeared in stories from Persia, India, China, and Rome. In all these cultures, the phoenix represents renewal, resilience, and the triumph of life over death. But in Greek culture, it carries a particularly powerful message: hope in the face of despair. When the Greeks faced hardships, whether war, famine, or personal loss, the phoenix reminded them that destruction was not the end. It was a necessary part of the cycle. To be reborn, something must first be let go. Imagine standing before the ashes of your life, everything you once knew, reduced to cinders. The world as you understood it is gone, burned away by time, tragedy, or change. But within those ashes, there is a spark. A spark that cannot be extinguished. It flickers, barely visible, but it holds the promise of something new. This is the lesson of the phoenix: even from total destruction, something beautiful can rise. It may not be the same as before. It may look different, feel different. But it is life, and it is resilient. In Greek mythology, the phoenix was more than a myth. It was a symbol of the human spirit, a reminder that no matter how devastating the fire, there is always the potential for rebirth. And when the phoenix rises, its wings stretched wide, its feathers blazing in the sunlight, it carries with it a message for all who see it: no end is final. No fire is forever. Life will rise again. Beneath the rolling waves of the ancient Aegean, where the light of the sun dances on the water's surface before fading into the deep, there moves a creature both graceful and fierce, beautiful and strange. With the powerful forelegs of a horse and a serpentine tail of a fish, the hippocampus glides effortlessly through the sea. It is a creature of legend, born from the wild imaginations of ancient sailors who gazed out at the endless horizon and wondered what marvels lay hidden beneath the waves. To the Greeks, the sea was both a source of life and a bringer of death. It provided food and trade routes, but could also unleash storms that swallowed ships whole. The hippocampus symbolized the untamed beauty and danger of the ocean, a creature that was as much a part of the sea as the tides and currents themselves. The hippocampus was no ordinary sea creature. In myth, it was said to pull the chariot of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Imagine the god, towering and majestic, holding his mighty trident as his chariot surged through the waves, drawn by a team of these magnificent beasts. Their manes flowed like sea foam, and their scales shimmered like pearls. They weren't bound by the limitations of mortal horses. They could dive into the deepest trenches of the ocean or leap into the air with the grace of dolphins, bridging the gap between land and sea, myth and reality. But the hippocampus wasn't just a symbol of power. It also represented protection and guidance. Sailors believed that these creatures guided lost ships to safety, their keen sense of direction leading them away from rocky shores and treacherous currents. The hippocampus was a guardian spirit of the sea, a silent watcher who ensured that those who respected the ocean would be spared its wrath. There are whispers that the hippocampus was more than just a beast. Some stories say that they were the offspring of gods, creatures born of the union between Poseidon and sea nymphs, inheriting both divine strength and the gentle grace of water spirits. They were intelligent and loyal, forming unbreakable bonds with those who earned their trust. In some tales, they would rescue drowning sailors, carrying them on their backs to the shore, their movements smooth and swift as the wind. Other stories speak of seafaring tribes who revered the hippocampus, carving its image into their boats and shields. These people believed that the creature's presence would bring good fortune and protection against the unknown dangers lurking beneath the waves. They painted murals of hippocampi dancing through the water, a reminder that even in the chaos of the sea, there was beauty and balance. Yet, the hippocampus was also a creature of mystery and magic. It belonged to a world that humans could never fully understand. The sea, after all, was a place of secrets and transformations. It held hidden realms, forgotten cities, and creatures beyond imagination. The hippocampus was a reminder that the ocean was more than just water. It was a living, breathing entity, teeming with life both real and mythical. The ancient Greeks often depicted the hippocampus in their art, particularly on mosaics and pottery. These images show the creature in moments of both majesty and tenderness, sometimes pulling Poseidon's chariot, other times curled gently around the feet of sea nymphs, like a loyal steed waiting for its rider. In these depictions, you can sense the reverence the Greeks felt for this creature, a mix of respect, awe, and wonder. But there was always an edge of fear in these stories too. The hippocampus, like the sea itself, could be unpredictable. For all its beauty and grace, it was still a creature of the deep. And the deep is a place where rules don't apply, where time moves differently, and where gods and monsters dwell. The hippocampus was not to be tamed or controlled. It was a reminder that nature is wild, that the ocean could give life as easily as it could take it away. There is a tale told among sailors of a hippocampus that saved a shipwrecked boy. The boy, lost at sea after a storm, clung to a piece of driftwood, his strength failing as the waves threatened to pull him under. Just as he was about to succumb to the depths, a hippocampus rose from the water, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It nudged the boy onto its back, carrying him to safety. When the boy finally awoke on the shore, he found a single seashell left beside him, a token of the sea's mercy. Yet, the story doesn't end there. The boy grew into a man, a sailor who never feared the sea again. He painted the image of the hippocampus on his ship, believing that the creature's spirit would continue to protect him and his crew. And, legend has it, whenever his ship was in danger, he would see a shadow beneath the waves, a flash of silver and gold, the hippocampus watching over him, even in death. The symbolism of the hippocampus runs deep. It represents transcendence, the ability to move between worlds and states of being. It is a creature of both land and sea, both myth and reality. In many ways, it speaks to human adaptability, our ability to endure hardship, to change, to rise above challenges like waves crashing against the shore. It also embodies the connection between humanity and the natural world. The Greeks understood that the sea was more than just a body of water, it was alive, a force to be respected and honored. The hippocampus, with its blend of wild power and gentle guidance, reflected this understanding. It was a creature that lived within the rhythms of the ocean, reminding humans to do the same. In modern times, the hippocampus remains a powerful symbol. It is often associated with creativity, intuition, and emotional strength, qualities that flow, like water, through the human experience. It reminds us that even when we feel lost in the vast, unpredictable sea of life, there is always a way forward. There is always a current to follow, always a guide beneath the waves. And so, the legend of the hippocampus endures, carried on the winds of ancient stories and whispered in the crashing of the tides. It remains a reminder that, no matter how deep the waters may seem, there is beauty and magic beneath the surface. And if you look closely enough, you might just see it, the flash of a tail, the ripple of a wave, the faint echo of a distant cry. The hippocampus still swims, timeless and eternal, beneath the waves of human memory. In the shadowed depths of Mount Olympus, where the forge fires roared with an endless hunger and molten metal flowed like rivers of liquid gold, there was a sound unlike any other. The clanging of hammer on steel rang out, echoing through caverns and valleys. This wasn't ordinary smith work, this was the labor of a god with unmatched skill. Hephaestus, the crippled god of fire and craftsmanship, worked tirelessly at his forge, breathing life into beasts made of bronze and iron. His creations were not born of flesh and blood, they were automaton monsters, machines with the semblance of life, imbued with divine power and cold precision. Hephaestus was no ordinary god. Cast from Olympus by his mother, Hera, for his deformity, he grew up in the harshness of the earth, learning to craft wonders with his hands to compensate for what the gods had taken from him. His tools became his voice, his creations his legacy. But Hephaestus did not craft merely for beauty or utility, he forged weapons of war, guardians of the gods, and most terrifying of all, monsters that walked, roared, and killed without a soul. The first of these mechanical marvels to gain notoriety was Talos, the bronze giant who guarded the island of Crete. Towering and fearsome, Talos was no mindless automaton, he had purpose and cunning. Hephaestus had crafted him to patrol the island's coast, warding off invaders with his immense strength. But Talos was more than just a sentinel, he was a harbinger of divine justice. With veins filled with molten ichor, Talos would hurl massive stones at approaching ships and crush his enemies with his immense hands. Legend says he circled Crete 3 times a day, scanning the horizon for threats. His only vulnerability was a single bronze nail on his ankle, sealing his lifeblood within him. The tale of Talos' demise, brought about by the cunning of Medea and Jason's crew, is a chilling reminder that even the strongest creations have weaknesses. But Talos was not Hephaestus's only automaton. In his workshop, shrouded in smoke and sparks, Hephaestus crafted metallic beasts with forms as diverse as the monsters of the natural world. Bronze lions stood at the gates of Olympus, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, ready to pounce on intruders. Golden hounds with razor-sharp teeth patrolled the palace, their movements eerily smooth, as if possessed by a ghostly intelligence. These creatures were not born of nature, and yet they mimicked it. They prowled, they growled, and they killed. But their most unnerving quality wasn't their strength or speed, it was their silence. Unlike living creatures, they made no noise except for the metallic click of their joints, a cold and calculated sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared cross their path. Perhaps the most unsettling of Hephaestus's creations were his self-operating servants. Shaped like young women, they moved with grace, pouring wine and attending to their master. But make no mistake, these weren't mere constructs. According to myth, they possessed minds of their own, crafted by Hephaestus to think, learn, and serve without instruction. The Greeks viewed these automatons with awe and fear, seeing in them the danger of human ingenuity pushed too far. What is life? They must have wondered. If a creature can think and act on its own, does it not possess a soul? The automatons of Hephaestus blurred the line between the living and the lifeless, raising unsettling questions about the nature of existence. Even the gods feared the power of Hephaestus's creations. His skill in crafting indestructible shields and swords was unmatched, but his monsters? They were something else entirely. Zeus himself recognized the potential danger of these automatons. Though they served the gods, they also lacked the moral compass of living beings. They followed commands without question, carried out their tasks with ruthless efficiency, and knew no mercy. Yet Hephaestus's monsters weren't created from malice. They were expressions of his genius, born from his need to create and control. He was the god of outcasts, after all, a figure of pain, rejection, and perseverance. His automatons mirrored his own existence, flawed, misunderstood, yet powerful beyond measure. But there was a tragic irony in Hephaestus's work. His creations, so perfect, so enduring, would outlast even their maker. They would continue to roam the earth, guard treasures, and strike fear into those who stumbled upon them, long after Hephaestus's name faded into myth. Consider Pandora, the first human woman, crafted by Hephaestus at Zeus's command. Though not a monster in appearance, she was an automaton of sorts, shaped from clay and given life through divine breath. She became the vessel of humanity's downfall, opening her cursed jar and unleashing all the evils of the world. In a way, Pandora was the ultimate automaton, her actions guided not by free will but by the divine programming instilled in her. The legacy of Hephaestus's automaton monsters lives on in modern times. Machines, robots, and artificial intelligence all trace their conceptual roots back to these ancient myths. Hephaestus's creations remind us that human innovation is both a blessing and a curse. The desire to create life, to craft something that can think and act on its own, is as old as time itself. But with that power comes responsibility and danger. What happens when the creations of our hands begin to outthink their creators? What happens when they no longer follow orders? These are questions that haunted the ancient Greeks, and they continue to haunt us today. Hephaestus worked tirelessly at his forge, his mind blazing with ideas, his heart full of both grief and pride. He was an outcast god, but in his workshop, he was a master, crafting monsters that would walk the earth for centuries. His automatons weren't just machines, they were his legacy, proof that creation and destruction often go hand in hand. And somewhere, deep beneath the waves, Talos' bronze corpse lies forgotten, his eyes dark, his joints rusted. But the ancient ichor still runs faintly through his veins, a whisper of Hephaestus's eternal craftsmanship. In the heart of ancient Thessaly, under skies thick with the scent of salt and storm, there once thrived a kingdom ravaged by despair. The land was rich, its soil fertile, its rivers winding like silver threads through the mountains, yet its people had been reduced to whispers of what they once were. War, disease, and famine had claimed their lives, leaving behind a kingdom of ghosts. Fields lay fallow, homes stood empty, and an eerie silence hung over the land, broken only by the wind's mournful howl. But from this silence would rise one of the most fearsome legacies in all of Greek myth, a people forged from the smallest of creatures, with hearts as relentless as the gods who made them. These were the Myrmidons, warriors born from ants, shaped by divine intervention to become an unstoppable force of loyalty and vengeance. The story begins with Aeacus, the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Aegina. Aeacus was a just and wise king, known for his unwavering devotion to his people. But his kingdom, the island of Aegina, fell victim to a curse. Hera, Zeus's wife, enraged by Zeus's infidelity with Aegina, unleashed a deadly plague upon the land. The disease swept through the island like wildfire, leaving nothing but death in its wake. Crops withered, livestock perished, and the once bustling cities became tombs. Aeacus, devastated by the loss of his people, climbed to the peak of Mount Panachakos, where he knelt before the sky, tears streaming down his face. He lifted his arms to Zeus, pleading for mercy. His voice cracked with grief as he begged his divine father to restore his people, to breathe life back into his broken kingdom. For a long time, there was silence. Then, as Aeacus wept beneath the heavens, he noticed something curious. At his feet, ants scurried across the dry earth, carrying crumbs of food, working tirelessly in their endless march. Aeacus watched them, marveling at their determination, their unity, their unwavering commitment to their colony. A spark of hope ignited in his heart. "Father Zeus," he whispered, "make my people like these ants. Industrious, loyal, and strong. Fill my empty kingdom with those who will never falter, who will serve with unwavering devotion." The sky darkened, and a crack of thunder split the air. Lightning arced across the heavens, illuminating the desolate island below. And as the storm raged, Zeus answered his son's plea. The ants crawling across the ground began to change. Their tiny bodies stretched and grew, their black exoskeletons softened into human skin, and their legs took human form. One by one, they rose from the earth, men and women with dark hair and fierce eyes, their expressions solemn and unyielding. These were the Myrmidons. The Myrmidons were unlike any other people. Born from ants, they retained the characteristics of the creatures from which they sprang. They were tirelessly hardworking, driven by an innate sense of duty and loyalty. Discipline and obedience were their very essence. They did not question their orders, nor did they hesitate in the face of danger. Their lives were dedicated to serving their king, and they would die before betraying their cause. In time, Aeacus' kingdom flourished once more. The fields were tilled, the cities rebuilt, and the Myrmidons worked with silent efficiency. But their true legacy would come to light not in times of peace, but in the heat of battle. Generations later, the Myrmidons became the elite warriors of Achilles, the greatest hero of the Trojan War. Born of Aeacus' bloodline, Achilles inherited not only his ancestors' divine lineage, but also the loyalty of the Myrmidons. They followed him into battle without question, their black armor gleaming like onyx, their spears as sharp as their resolve. The Trojan War is where their legend truly solidified. When Patroclus, Achilles' dearest friend and companion, was slain by Hector, it was the Myrmidons who donned their armor and marched alongside Achilles as he sought vengeance. Like a swarm, they descended upon the Trojans, relentless and unyielding. They fought not for glory or plunder, but for loyalty to their leader. They were Achilles' shadow, moving as one with perfect precision, a force that could not be stopped. It is said that when Achilles wept over Patroclus' body, it was the Myrmidons who stood silently behind him, their faces hard as stone, sharing in their leader's grief. Their loyalty was so profound that they would have followed Achilles into the underworld itself if he had asked it of them. The symbolism of the Myrmidons is powerful. They represent unquestioning loyalty, duty, and the strength of unity. But they also embody a darker side of human nature, the capacity to surrender individuality for the sake of obedience, to follow orders without question, even to the point of destruction. In some ways, they were the perfect soldiers, but in their perfection, they were also tragic figures, bound to a destiny they did not choose. The name Myrmidon has come to carry a darker meaning over time. In modern language, it often refers to a follower who carries out orders blindly, without regard for morality or consequence. It is a reminder that absolute loyalty can be both a virtue and a danger. But in the myths of ancient Greece, the Myrmidons were heroes of unwavering commitment. They were the backbone of Achilles' army, the legacy of a god's mercy, and a testament to the belief that even the smallest of creatures can hold immense power. As the flames of Troy burned bright against the night sky, the Myrmidons stood with Achilles on the blood-soaked plains. Their expressions were unreadable, their gaze fixed on the horizon. They were born from ants, transformed by divine will, and forged in the fires of battle. Silent, loyal, and unbreakable, they would march on, long after the songs of the Trojan War faded into legend. And perhaps, even now, in the forgotten corners of the world, the spirit of the Myrmidons lingers, a whisper of loyalty that endures, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there are those who will never abandon their cause. The sun blazed down on the island of Crete, casting long shadows over the rugged cliffs and shimmering seas. The wind carried the scent of salt and wild herbs across the ancient land, whispering of stories long past. But beneath the beauty of this island lay a tale of terror and divine wrath, a story that began with the Cretan bull, a beast born of gods, madness, and betrayal. The Cretan bull wasn't just any creature. It was the spark that ignited the twisted fate of an entire kingdom, a living curse unleashed upon the world by the gods themselves. Its story is one of desire, deceit, and destruction, and it begins with the wrath of Poseidon. King Minos of Crete stood on the shores, staring out at the sea's endless expanse. The waves crashed against the rocks, as if they could feel the storm brewing in the heart of the king. Minos had made a dangerous promise to Poseidon, the god of the sea. He had vowed to sacrifice a magnificent bull in the god's honor, a sign of his loyalty and devotion. In response, Poseidon sent a creature of unmatched beauty and power rising from the depths of the ocean, a bull with snow-white fur, its eyes burning with the fury of the sea. But when Minos beheld the bull, he was captivated. Its beauty was too great to destroy, and greed took root in his heart. Instead of sacrificing the bull as promised, he hid it away and offered a lesser beast to the god. A grave mistake. For gods are not so easily deceived, and Poseidon's vengeance would be swift and merciless. The Cretan bull, once a symbol of divine favor, became a curse upon the land. Poseidon drove the bull to madness, and it raged across Crete, trampling fields, tearing through villages, and leaving destruction in its wake. It was said that no man could tame it, that its hooves struck with the force of thunder, and its breath burned like fire. The once proud king, who thought he could outwit a god, now found himself cowering before the beast he had coveted. But the bull's tale did not end with destruction alone. From this madness sprang a horror far worse, one that would haunt Crete for generations. Pasiphae, the queen of Crete and wife of Minos, was struck by a curse of unnatural desire. Poseidon, in his anger, made her fall in love with the very beast her husband had betrayed him for. It's a tale so grotesque, so twisted, that it seems beyond belief. Yet the gods, in their cruelty, often punished mortals in ways that blurred the lines between sanity and madness. Pasiphae's obsession consumed her. She sought the help of Daedalus, the genius craftsman, who constructed a wooden cow for her to climb inside, so that she might consummate her dark longing. And from that unholy union came the Minotaur, a child born of human and beast, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull, cursed to be a living reminder of Minos's deceit and Poseidon's wrath. The labyrinth would become the creature's prison, but the guilt and shame of its existence would haunt the royal family forever. Before the Minotaur, before the labyrinth, there was only the bull. Wild and untamed, it continued its rampage across Crete, leaving behind a trail of fear and ruin. It became a symbol of divine punishment, a reminder that the gods' promises must never be broken. But it wasn't just Crete that would suffer from the beast's fury. Its legend spread far beyond the island, catching the attention of a hero from Athens, one who would make his name by facing the bull. This hero was Heracles, the son of Zeus, tasked with completing 12 impossible labors to atone for his sins. The capture of the Cretan bull was his 7th labor, a feat that would test his strength and cunning. When Heracles arrived on Crete, he found the beast roaming the countryside, its hooves pounding the earth like drumbeats of war, its horns gleaming in the sun like blades. It charged at him with ferocious power, but Heracles stood his ground, his muscles coiled like a panther ready to strike. As the bull lunged, Heracles leapt upon its back, wrapping his arms around its neck, holding on with a grip forged in battles with gods and monsters. The bull bucked and thrashed, but Heracles did not falter. He wrestled the beast to the ground, forcing it into submission with sheer strength. And when the bull's wild spirit was finally broken, he led it back to King Eurystheus as proof of his triumph. Yet even in capture, the bull's fate was far from peaceful. Eurystheus, terrified of the beast, set it free once more. The bull crossed the seas to the plains of Marathon, where it became known as the Marathonian bull, terrorizing the lands until it was slain by Theseus, the hero who would later venture into the labyrinth to face the Minotaur. The Cretan bull's story is one of betrayal, punishment, and legacy. It begins with a king's greed, spirals into divine retribution, and ends with the birth of monsters and the rise of heroes. It is a reminder that the gods are not to be trifled with, and that even the most beautiful gifts can become curses if handled with deceit. But more than that, it speaks to the unstoppable nature of fate. Minos tried to outwit Poseidon, but in doing so, he set into motion a chain of events that would echo through generations. From the bull's madness came the Minotaur, from the Minotaur's curse came the labyrinth, and from the labyrinth came the hero Theseus. One act of deception birthed legends of monsters and heroes alike. And somewhere, beneath the ancient soil of Crete, where the wind still carries whispers of the past, the hoofprints of the Cretan bull remain, a silent testament to the wild power of the gods and the consequences of human folly. The bull may be gone, but its story lives on, in the roars of storms and the fury of untamed seas. Monsters never truly die. Long after the tales of ancient Greece faded into myth, their creatures endured. The monsters of old, terrifying, majestic, and tragic, found new life in modern culture, reshaping our nightmares and desires. From blockbuster films to best-selling novels, from eerie folklore to psychological horror, these creatures have slithered, clawed, and roared their way into our collective consciousness. Yet, something fascinating happens each time they resurface. They change, evolving to mirror the fears, anxieties, and moral struggles of the era. But why do they keep coming back? And what is it about these monsters that grips us so deeply? In today's world, Medusa's gaze still petrifies. Her image appears in fashion, literature, and art, not as a symbol of terror, but of female power reclaimed. Her story of betrayal and punishment by the gods resonates with modern audiences as a narrative of victimhood turned to defiance. Once feared for her monstrous form, Medusa has become a symbol of rage against injustice, her snakes now seen as a crown of resilience and empowerment. In countless reinterpretations, she stares boldly back at those who once condemned her, refusing to be silenced. The Minotaur, too, has found new relevance. Once a tragic figure trapped in a labyrinth of his own monstrous identity, he now symbolizes the human struggle to break free from society's labels. Films, video games, and graphic novels depict him as a misunderstood creature, battling his inner beast and the walls others build around him. In modern psychology, the labyrinth itself has become a metaphor for the mind's twists and turns, and the Minotaur stands as the embodiment of our darkest, most repressed impulses. Even Cerberus, the three-headed guardian of the underworld, prowls through modern fiction. He guards not just the gates of death, but the boundaries between life and the unknown. His image is everywhere, from tattoos symbolizing loyalty and protection, to horror films that explore what lies beyond the grave. Death remains the ultimate mystery, and Cerberus, still standing at its threshold, reminds us that some doors are not meant to be opened. Perhaps the most pervasive monsters in modern culture are the sirens. Once depicted as beautiful, deadly beings who lured sailors to their doom, sirens have become a metaphor for obsession, addiction, and the dangers of unchecked desires. In music, literature, and film, their seductive call represents everything that tempts us to lose control, from toxic relationships to addictive substances. We are still drawn to their song, knowing full well it may destroy us. And then there's the Chimera, a creature of impossible combinations, part lion, part goat, part serpent. In modern culture, it represents the fear of the unnatural, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, and the ethical questions surrounding scientific advancement. The Chimera is a warning against hubris, reminding us that some boundaries should not be crossed. The monsters of Greek myth also appear in modern storytelling as anti-heroes, figures who blur the line between good and evil. Take the Cyclopes. Once seen as brutish and savage, they've been reinterpreted in everything from children's cartoons to dystopian fiction as outcasts struggling to find their place in a world that rejects them. Their single line now symbolizes focus, clarity, and singular purpose, but also a lack of perspective, a warning about seeing the world through a narrow lens. Even Hades' monsters, the Furies, Charis, and Charon, linger in today's stories. They represent justice, vengeance, and mortality, but also grief, trauma, and the weight of unresolved guilt. The Erinyes, once relentless pursuers of wrongdoers, now appear in tales of personal redemption and the struggle to confront one's past. They're no longer just vengeful spirits, they're the embodiment of conscience, whispering that you cannot outrun your sins. But what about the monsters we create today? Greek monsters, with their blend of human and beast, speak to our timeless fear of losing our humanity. In modern times, these fears have taken new forms. We no longer fear harpies swooping from the skies or giants crushing cities. Instead, we fear technological monsters, corporate greed, and the loss of individuality. Films like Jurassic Park echo the cautionary tale of the Chimera, warning that playing God comes at a cost. Shows like Westworld and Black Mirror explore the moral labyrinths we create for ourselves, and who, or what, we might become inside them. Vampires, werewolves, and zombies, staples of horror and fantasy, trace their roots back to Greek monsters. The fear of transformation, of becoming something monstrous, is as old as mythology itself. These modern monsters grapple with the same themes of identity, morality, and the thin line between man and beast. Even the idea of the hero battling monsters remains central to storytelling. In superhero movies, the monsters often represent internal struggles, trauma, guilt, fear of failure. Heroes like Batman and Spider-Man fight their own inner Minotaurs, trying to escape the labyrinths of their minds. Perhaps the most chilling thing about monsters in modern culture is how they reflect our evolving fears. In ancient Greece, monsters symbolized natural disasters, unexplained phenomena, and divine punishment. Today, they represent personal anxieties and societal issues, from climate change to mental illness, from the consequences of scientific progress to the fragility of human connection. We see the Hydra in social media, cut off one toxic head, and two more take its place. We recognize the sirens and endless distractions, pulling us away from what truly matters. The Minotaur's labyrinth becomes the maze of modern life, where people wander, lost and disconnected, searching for meaning. But why do we keep telling these stories? Because monsters help us make sense of the chaos around us. They give shape to our fears, providing a face to the nameless horrors lurking in the shadows. They challenge us to confront our inner darkness, to ask, what would I do in the face of terror? Would I be a hero or a monster myself? And perhaps that's the scariest truth of all, the monsters aren't just out there. They're inside us, too. Hidden beneath the surface, waiting. We are the labyrinth. We are the beast. And the stories go on.